I'm still keeping a very, very careful eye on it.
You know what? I didn't think about it until we were playing because we've been playing Hellpoint. I didn't even think about it until my computer went suck, and I was like, no.
Yeah, I send all of my record when the rare on the rare occasion that I record anymore, I send it all straight to my 4 terabyte hard drive.
Yeah, I thought I had a lot of space, and I didn't.
Oof.
But in any case, camped just outside of Clearview, and I don't really remember why you guys went into Clearview, but it's fine. Camped just outside of Clearview. Yseult, you had been staying with the camp because you had excitedly seen that snow has begun to fall. This is after your guys' dog adventure.
Okay, so it's after an adventure that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Cool.
basically, at the end of the dog adventure that hasn't happened yet, you guys portal back to this universe, but you've been portaled far away from Candlekeep, and you've been making your way north.
Okie dokie.
And you know that your book of intelligence will be ready again by winter. So when Roger, Johann, and Satet said they're going to go into town to get supplies and do some other things, you decided to stay behind and start reading your book.
Okie dokie.
I question the wisdom with which we let those three go alone.
Well, you were with them.
You were with them.
Yeah, this is.
I question that wisdom too, to be fair.
I kept them mostly out of trouble. Mostly. Raja did end up eating something or other in town, as he is wont to do, and it caused him to become a water fountain of sorts. Cost me a greater restoration to get that to stop.
Fucking hilarious.
You know, I'm rather concerned about that boy's tendency to eat whatever crosses his path. Should we be keeping a closer eye, or should we just accept that this is part of his personality and one of many things that we will be taking care of in the foreseeable future?
After spending the Greater Restoration, he did seem somewhat chastened, so I think that perhaps in the future there might be a little more thought prior to the ingestion.
So
I admire your optimism. I truly do.
So as you're having this conversation, a small shadow comes around the corner after settling with Satet. You see that there is a young boy who looks over to you, Yseult, and goes, "New mommy!" And he runs over and he hugs your leg.
Oh God.
There may be other indelicacies that we should be on the look for.
Somehow I have the feeling Roger's food fixation is the least of our worries, and she kind of looks down at the child and says, who are you, if I may ask, and why are you so... What makes you think that I'm your new mother?"
My name's Jacob, and I'm bait.
It's accurate.
Rod.
Bait for
a unicorn.
Oh no.
I'm having an adventure.
And Yseult just tenses. She's like, "I see. And who left you as bait for the unicorn?"
No one.
Jacob.
Yet.
No, well, no. We're supposed to find a unicorn and get its horn. I'm bait for that for some reason. But the reason why you're my new mommy is that I made a wish at the wishing well that I had parents again because mine died, and other mommy said that we're like that like you're all like my parents now.
And who's this other mummy of yours? Because I'm afraid I've not met you previously.
It is at this time you realize that strikes from afar. Probably the wisest of you all has disappeared.
Oh. Um. Well, I don't know exactly where she's gone off to, but there was a wood elf. She helped with the last job. She was traveling that way, and
You and Clever worked with.
no,
Yes.
what? Yes,
Yes.
yes,
Yeah, I was gonna say because it was Clever. Was it Rallis?
yeah,
That was your yeah, Clever, Rallis, and Strikes from Afar.
yeah. But then there was another adventure where you weren't present. And it
Oh,
was Satet
my bad.
Roger. It was Satet Roger uh and Johann.
Got it. My bad.
It's okay. So yeah, well, so we met up with this wood elf when we went to this town, and they had this problem with a lady in white, a spirit of a broke-hearted woman that we helped out with, allowed her spirit to pass on, and gave the family some peace of mind. As clerics want to do. In the process of that, we met with this wood elf, and also with this child, and the wood elf convinced the child that we were to be its family.
The ghost
Yseult is giving Johann like this death glare.
The
Like,
ghost-
boy.
You,
the ghost screamed really, really loud, and everyone fell asleep except for Satet.
the child didn't fall asleep? Damn!
No, the child did too. The
Oh,
child
okay.
recognizing that, yeah.
I'm like, he witnessed it? Whoa! This child is beast!
Yeah.
I see. And were any of you going to tell me this?
I believe that's what's happening now. It
Oh,
was the earliest opportunity.
You mommy, guess what?
My name is Yseult, for starters, and I'm not nearly ready for the commitment of being a mother.
Is
Okay.
anyone...
But please continue.
Look, I have a knife, and he pulls out a dagger.
I can
That's
see
teaching you how to
that.
use it.
Good for you.
Zadet was teaching him how to use that.
That's lovely, small child.
Remember to keep it pointed away from you, lad. Remember what happened last time you were playing with it.
He kind of grips his hand over the bandage and goes, I remember. He puts it back.
Carefully now. But yes, long story short, went to town, solved this ghost problem, got propositioned by what I believe was a fiend who wished for to pay the party an exorbitant sum of gold coins to bring it this unicorn horn. And when the response to this offer of employment was not yes and also not no, it produced a child and disappeared.
And Yseult just kind of face palms. She's like, now, when you say fiend,
I'm not
which
certain.
type? Are we talking abyssal or infernal?
Well,
Because
those-
one is much easier to deal with than the other.
Indeed. I did attempt to ascertain that, but the means that I have used up to this point were inconclusive. I mean, I asked an emissary of my god, and they said it is unclear, which leads me to believe it is either a devil of another archfiend in hell, or it is in fact an infernal. Excuse me, an abyssal.
Well, I wouldn't give to be able to send a clever note right now. All right, it's fine. Everything's fine. We'll handle this. We can handle this.
We always do.
And Yseult kind of turns to Jacob with a pained smile. She's like, do you like kitten, Jacob?
I mean, cats taste good. I mean, I like them in that aspect.
And like, and it's just like, all right, we're going to have to get you something to eat other than cats, because if you go anywhere near Talisid with that knife, we are going to have issues.
No, I never, like butchered the cat. I had to eat it because no one really paid the orphanage, because why would you pay a place where there are orphans? So, you just ate what they gave you.
She kind of looks over at Johann like, right, so perhaps while you, with your excellent culinary skills, are cooking dinner for the rest of us, we can perhaps discuss how we are going to resolve this particular situation. I, for one, have no intention of angering my patron, who is in fact a celestial, by going after other creatures from the celestial plane.
There's a reason we did not exactly go after this unicorn and its horn.
Yes, but you neither agreed nor disagreed. Now, if you're dealing with an abyssal fiend, that's one thing, but if you're dealing with an infernal fiend, there are definite implications, as you...
I would like to correct an assumption that is happening here very clearly. I was not part or privy to the conversation that led up to the production of the child. I got there at the end of this discussion as the fiend disappeared.
I'm going to be used as bait.
You're going to meet a unicorn someday, child, and it's going to be a wonderful experience.
Oh, yay! Do you want to hear what the person told me to tell you guys?
Perhaps another time would be better.
Okay.
He was given instructions.
So Jacob just kind of like runs along around the campfire in the tent.
Remind me what language he produced them. I remember it was one of the languages I speak. Was that Abyssal?
It was Celestial.
It was Celestial, okay.
Wait, Jacob says something in Celestial?
No, I was checking so that I could let you know. He didn't say anything just now.
Okay, well, I was gonna say,
Jacob
I don't
knows-
speak Celestial. Actually, I should, but I don't.
Jacob only knows a few words in Celestial.
He was able to pass along a message last time we spoke in Celestial that were instructions as to how to get this unicorn to appear. I don't believe he understands the language at all.
Katie?
Did we lose her?
I know I'm here. My internet cut out for a second because
okay.
so I missed that part. You were saying Jacob passed along.
Jacob passed along a message to us in Celestial, which were instructions on how to cause the unicorn to appear, but I do not believe he understands any Celestial himself.
Nor do I, though you'd think I would, all things considered.
That information does come as a surprise to me. I can translate if ever the need arises.
I'm gonna say I really should. I took Common, Halfling, Draconic, and Infernal. I don't know what I was thinking, not grabbing Celestial, but...
I usually like being able to talk to my patrons.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's an oversight for the warlocks not granting them, like, not adding that as a language to their class. Like, once...
Like the language of whom they are beholden to?
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
I know that none of them does, because... I know that the class doesn't do it, just because when we made the warlock for my campaign, I worked with them on their backstory, and we realized that even though they're half-elf, with the backstory they wrote, there's really no reason for them to actually know Elven, but it would be useful if they could talk to their patrons, so I let them swap Elven for their patrons' language.
Right, like, 'cause I think when I originally made Yseult, I rolled for the other languages, which is
Oh.
why I have Halfling, Draconic, and Infernal, of all
I'm
things.
so choosy about my languages. I got Abyssal, Celestial, Common,
I'm
Draconic,
usually
Elvish.
very choosy, and I was not expecting Yseult to evolve quite this
Ah.
spectacularly. So I'm wondering if could I have studied Celestial in this whole time that we've been traveling, or
I will
could I like swap out Draconic?
I will give you a book. I will give you a book of basically shorthand celestial. However, there may be times where you have to make an intelligence check to be able to uh, decipher it.
Okay, I
Um,
appreciate that. Thank you. And then I'll look again at the downtime rules for learning a language.
is there any possibility that we could get some like roleplay flavor for having, if for allowing like characters that know a language to have bequeath some of that knowledge to others? I think.
I want to say that either Xanathar's or Xanathar's has downtime revisited, but I think it's the DMG that has the rules on language learning.
Yeah, I'm just
It
wondering,
does.
just for the flavor of this campaign.
It
Right.
does, but it's usually like a gold per day, and then after X amount of time. Um, but but
I
if
think we can afford that.
I would say not just that, but if you guys during if you remember during downtimes like short rests and long rests, or when we just jump ahead a couple days, what I'll do is I'll set up a small skill check.
There you go.
We spend this day learning, and then I'll have you roll a d20 intelligence check, and if you can make 3 checks, then boom, you've got the language.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
similar to what I did. Since there is no downtime in my campaign, and all the characters know different languages and want to be able to like utilize all of them at any given time, I've said you can teach each other, and here's a chart.
Yeah.
You can do it in 1 hour lessons. You need this many 1 hour lessons to be able to make rolls, and here's the difficulty with this many lessons and that many lessons.
Right.
They've become fluent in
That's
language.
sorry, you were gonna say they became fluent in.
They've become fluent in a language already and have started secondary ones.
Nice. Well,
By teaching
with
each other. Like, that's what I'm getting at, is teaching each other. Like, say, like,
Right.
my character helps her character helps my character. Like, because that's going to be, like, a character bond.
We had a similar thing for, and I was gonna say, training is a thing too. They have in downtime, so you could probably modify that for specifically language learning or teaching someone a language. Because like that's what I can't remember if I told you about our little adopted drow orphan in one of our
Yeah.
campaigns, but her
Yeah.
her backstory is that weird amalgam, and so she doesn't speak Undercommon, or she didn't at first. She learned, forget what she learned first aside from Common, but it was not Elven.
Well, in any case, we'll get back on that in a little bit. But in any case, with this, the evening is going to go by, and a meal is made, in which once again Jacob is more than happy to consume his share plus more, and you all bed down for the night. It's a bit cold, and as you come to wake up, the snow has fallen more and more heavy this close to the coast. And when you do all come to rise, you hear that someone has already started making breakfast for you.
Oh dear.
Hmm. I think we should figure out who that is.
As you leave your tent, you see that your fire has been made, a small cooking setup produced on the top with some iron skillets, and you see a purple skinned tiefling in fine city business attire. A vest, a large kind of puffy shirt with a gold chain leading from breast to pocket. Hair is pushed back and bifocals on his face. As you and your companions come out, he turns and he says, "Well, good morning there."
I imagine that I am like barefooted and still in my bedclothes, like the light shirt and like trousers that I just wear to sleep under before putting my armor on.
Right. You haven't done your
Like
stretches for armor.
no stretch, hair askew.
Salt is extremely concerned.
Good morrow, sir.
And he goes, I'm gonna guess that you, points directly at you, says, you are Johann.
You have me at a disadvantage.
He says, well, that's exactly how we like to do this, don't we, Johann? He holds out he kind of holds out a badge, and on it you see that there is of uh, an emblem of a compass with a shore. The shore is on the left side of the ocean. The compass obviously points, the north is up. And he says, I am Rimmon Virtue, and I am a lawyer for the Weston family, a predominant shipwright family in Waterdeep. And they have an issue that requires our special kind of help. He flips his badge over to reveal the symbol of Asmodeus.
I see. Very well. This is my traveling, one of my traveling companions, Yseult, and exactly how is it that the Weston family could benefit from our kind of help?
He gives a brief bow to you and he says, "Good morning, Lady Yseult."
Good morning.
And he says, "Well, there had been," and then you hear the voice from one of the nearby tents. It's Satedi goes, "What the hell?"
Teddy?
He whips open one of the tents and he's like, "Guys, something's wrong with Roger."
Oh, Satat.
It's
I heard Teddy for some reason.
Tet, what's wrong with Roger? I mean, besides, you know what? Just what's wrong with Roger?
Just looking at you as you try to complete that sentence.
As you look inside Roger's tent, there seems to be a shallow, deflated sack in the shape of Roger.
Gross.
Oh, I'm what? Wait, I don't have nature or medicine.
I'm going to turn
Can I make a-
immediately to the tiefling and say, do you have something to do with this?
With what?
Can I make an Arcana check? Ooh, no. Actually, I have Eldritch Sight. First, can I cast it? Use my Eldritch Sight to do detect magic?
There's nothing magic about what you're seeing on Roger.
So an Arcana check's not going to help me. Probably not. Can I make an Investigate check?
Yes. Johann, is there anything you want to do?
Yes!
Mr. Virtue seems to be has no idea what you're talking about.
Insight.
Okay, what was the what was the exaltation for?
The exaltation was for rolling an 18 plus my proficiency on that is 4, so that's going to be a 22.
This appears to be like a thin layer of his skin, but a whole body of it.
Everyone relax. Everyone, I'm fairly certain he's molted.
And with that, Roger comes around the corner, kind of holding his arms out like he's just been sunburned. He's like, yeah, I did. Now everything.
Wonderful. Man, I still got a 23 on that insight check against him.
Yeah, a critical fail. Rimmon Virtue seems to be absolutely just enthralled by what he's seeing. Is this third folk coming around? He's laughing too. He's like you get a read off of him that he honestly doesn't know what happened. His show that he's putting on was showing up and cooking you dinner, cooking you breakfast. He has no idea about what's going on over there. This is way beyond him.
Yseult, now that the panic's over, is just cackling.
I'm
What's going on?
I'm going to put some clothes and perhaps some pieces of armor on so that we can get down to brass tacks.
You do that, Johann. You do that. I'm gonna feed Taliesin and also get dressed as well.
So, after dressing, putting on your armor and what small routines you have for the morning in the woods, you all sit around on your respective logs and you are presented with a pretty well made breakfast. Something that seems as if it was taken fresh, pardon me, fresh from much finer stores of food than would be available to somebody this far in the woods or even in a nearby town, since none of it is fish. And he says, "Well, if I may continue of our business, Johann."
Cast a quick glance around the party. There are no objections. And I would hold out a hand and say, "Please, I would like to know what this is about."
So, uh, I suppose the brief of it is that I am a lawyer for the Weston family. I am one of those lawyers that you don't call about many things, but when I am called upon, I am usually greatly needed, if you understand. And there appears to be a very classic sort of issue, something straight out of the tales bards would tell, which is why when I had first heard of it, I didn't think it were true. But sure enough, the Weston House had recently lost its. Uh,
Patriarch.
yes, thank you. Its patriarch, uh, Angle Weston, older human man, died about the age one should die, but he died under some odd circumstances. However, not even I have been privy to his corpse since. But the twist comes. The very next day after his death, a pirate claiming to be Englehart's son shows up on their lawn and starts demanding his due.
I would be extremely skeptical of such a claim, especially if this pirate shows up right after the death. I would have him at least investigated.
Well,
Has an autopsy been done? You say he died under mysterious circumstances. Now, are we talking murder or are we talking, well, and she kind of glances meaningfully between Johann and the lawyer, and it's like uh, some other sort of deal, perhaps. Stressing the word deal.
Well, here's where things get more complicated. And again, a tale from the bards themselves, had I not known the family and had seen how grim-faced his widow was. I wouldn't believe it myself. You see, as the pirate had shown up demanding his due, Engelhart, the patriarch, former patriarch, his only son of 16, descends from their property and meets him on the lawn and challenges him to a duel of honor. Now, if you're familiar with Waterdeep, it is illegal to draw a weapon on somebody, let alone accost them with one. But if it is a duel that is agreed to by two willing members, and the duel is not to the death, and neither of them can be provably shown that they have been controlled under any kind of charm, which is also illegal, then the duel is legal. And it's a very common thing for the upper class of Waterdeep, some sort of kink that the social likes, I suppose. But needless to say, the child against the ocean worn pirate was beaten fairly quickly. And
Killed.
no, in fact, and here is why I believe the pirate. say that the pirate has somehow forged documents that could somehow make him the eldest boy of Engelhart, then he should stand to inherit his father, his quote unquote rightful family benefits. So it would make sense for him to have killed the young boy. It would be an obstacle out of the way, but he didn't. He gave the boy a sound thrashing and sheathed his weapon. He declared the duel over.
Well, may I ask,
Unless, of course, he's a smart enough manipulator to know that killing the boy and getting him out of the way would make it more obvious that his ploy was just that. Now, by ingratiating himself to the family, the more impact he will have with his claim,
Oh,
the more merit it will hold.
forgive me, good lady, but I shall interrupt you here. He was not attempting to ingratiate himself. In fact, he returned to his small rented hovel in the dock ward, where the young Lionel, the now head of the Weston family, gathered his house guard, convinced the watch to break into his room, where they found a commonly used poison in the pirate's gear, amongst his things. Lionel has made the claim that the pirate had come to the city, poisoned his father the day before, and then has turned up to claim to be some sort of lost son.
You can't know that for certain without actually looking at the autopsy. Not only that, if the poison is that common, it would also be common enough to diagnose on a dead body. Now, if we're talking the rarer poisons, that's something altogether different. But pirates are notorious for being, well, pirates. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence here and a lot of things that are being left out. So unless something concrete, then then you don't have enough evidence either way. You would need the autopsy reports. You would need to look at the documents for any evidence of physical or magical forgery.
Good lady. Allow me to impart this last bit of information. The pirate has been arrested and is awaiting trial in 2 days. However, the mistress, forgive me, not the mistress, the widow and the son have already entombed his body. And no one is able to perform any kind of autopsy. They have begrudgingly taken that and kept it away. Now, the question maybe is, why do I need you?
indeed.
The lack of autopsy is increasingly suspicious.
I need you to stow your suspicions, good lady, because we are the paid counsel of the Weston family. And understand that though the murder or tragic end of Engelhart Weston is indeed tragic, and I will miss my days drinking the fine whiskeys and bourbons he would give to me from time to time with him, I am still the lawyer of the family. And I need you, the two of you, the four of you, whoever can, I need you to make this pirate the guilty one by any means necessary. He is to be guilty in the court of law, and he is to be punished for the death of Engelhart Weston.
I beg your fucking pardon.
He turns and he gives a look to you, Johann.
Johann has been sitting in silence, mostly just grinning as Yseult has been making these very lawyer arguments, just wondering where it's all going. He goes, understand, that is the will of Asmodeus, a bargain has been struck and you are in the retainer of the family, then that is what must be seen to.
Wait a minute. A bargain has been struck. So what I'm getting from that is that is that you already know and are withholding the information of exactly how he died. And if we were to find out the exact truth of that information, there would be, let's say, for the majority of the Western family. However, somehow Asmodeus is involved enough in all of this, and perhaps the since past patriarch has made a deal as such. But if he has not fulfilled it, that's his problem, for starters. So you're telling me that some deal was struck specifically to make this pirate guilty, and you want us to do that in a court of law without giving any other detail?
No, I don't want you to prove this in a court of law. I need you to align certain evidence that I may prove it in a court of law. The deal was made as thus. The pirate, whose name we have found to be Castrel Cartwell. The deal is thus. Castrel Cartwell cannot stand to inherit the family name. That is the deal.
Who
What
made the deal?
that I cannot say. It's let's call that a lawyer privilege, withholding the name.
That's just it.
That's it.
No, she's saying that's just it because out of character, if they know who and why, that would, well, let's put it this way. Yseult still has a conscience. She's not sure about Johann, but Yseult has a conscience. I mean, it's sometimes it is a malleable conscience, but it is still a conscience.
Ours is not to prove or pass judgment. Ours is to fulfill a contract. And my associate here is in the employ of the family, and his job, as part of his contract, is to ensure they are benefited in all of their situations, this being one of those. So, he is asking our assistance in ensuring that he can fulfill his end of the bargain. The one left to pay is not the late Mr. Weston, it is my friend here, and we are to help him deliver. Look at it that way, and try not to think about the justice of the matter. In dealings such as these, the bargain is more important than the truth.
And yet,
Very well said.
if you would look at the history of the Blood Wars and the history of Asmodeus himself, he used the truth to his advantage, and he presented it in such a way that his argument was infallible. So really, the truth and the justice are the important thing as much as the bargain, so long as the truth then is interwoven.
He stands and he claps his hands
Yes.
together.
Now, you say
Um,
that we
he stands and he claps and he says, "Now, as far as the particulars between your moral standings are concerned, I will leave that to you. However, Johann, uh, I have been employed and I have called on your employment as your rumblings about the nine hells and your those you have been bringing down with you have been quite entertaining, and I thought you would be perfect for the type of work that would be done here. So, uh,
If I may, sir, my obsession
yeah,
with the truth and morals, as you may put it, is that best of lies are based upon the truth, and your argument will have more credibility in court the more foundation it has. So if we are to prove him guilty of this, we should have at least several other truths that he is guilty of to lend weight to your case.
I have provided you every truth provided to me. However, I cannot tell you with whom I have made this deal. I simply cannot. It is a
That is
part
not
of
what I am
Oh,
asking.
then I have provided you every answer I have. The autopsy was not done because the families withheld the body. I have not even seen his body. It is only rumors and hearsay that he died suspiciously. And I have known Master Engelhart for some time. He was a hardy man, not likely to just drop dead. But I speak only of the rumors.
We should, before we go any further, ensure that we understand our relationship, since your retainer is held by the family, and you would be holding mine in this arrangement. I want to understand what it is I owe to you, and you will be owing back to me, or how I will be compensated for my services.
It is my understanding that you and your companions are off to Candlekeep. Is that correct?
We've been.
This is a timeline question, because we were in Candlekeep, then we became dogs, and then we came back. I don't know if we're on our way back to Are we on our way back to Candlekeep?
You are on your way back to Candlekeep, but you are very far south. You
Okay.
are on the short coast right now.
Alright, so we were spat out from Dog World out here, and now we are trying to return to Candlekeep. Gotcha.
Right. Says, I am authorized an amount of magic to return you through magic, through teleportation, to Waterdeep. Waterdeep is only 5 weeks walk to Candlekeep. Where here you would be lucky to arrive by spring.
We are nowhere near the Sea of Sword Coast.
Sea of Swords is right, yeah. So your
Couldn't
payment,
remember what it was called.
Well, it is the Sea of Swords and the Sword Coast. It's why it's called the Sword Coast. So
right? because
Right,
it's
I just thought I was wrong when I said Sea of Swords.
payment will be hasty delivery back to the Sword Coast, and I would be happy to put you up in Waterdeep at, of course, the expense of the family. However, for this to work, for there not to be any kind of unfortunate mix-in with the law of Waterdeep, you, all of you, and I have never met. We are strangers.
We are strangers. And if we need, in the course of our work, to make an approach to the family Weston, we need to make a cold approach?
I'm afraid so. Though they know I have hired out, they cannot be seen, or it cannot be even implied that they are working with some sort of uh let's espionage group. Though you may approach them, you cannot mention anything that would connect you to them.
Understood, understood. So this is simply arranging certain circumstances and evidences within the city to implicate that ultimately that this man is not making a valid claim of lineage, and that is it.
Correct. You need only tell them perhaps you're wandering adventurers and you're looking for a payday. However you should do it.
Oh, well. We are. I looked at. I looked slowly to Yseult. We are very good gathering information and puzzling pieces together.
Isolde just kind of reluctantly nods, but rolls her eyes. This whole time she's gotten her journal out and she's scribbling down like what information they need in order to make the case airtight, in the lawyer's favor and not the pirate's favor.
Says, well, very good. I will produce a portal. He hands you a piece of paper. He says, these are the guidelines of living in Waterdeep. You'll need to know these, and you'll need to do your best to act according to them, or at least don't get caught breaking them. And that is the code illegal I have dropped into chat.
Alrighty.
I actually have a map next to me right now. I literally just put it up like a week ago, so I'm staring at it right now like, I wonder where we're going.
I've got that. I've got a map too, and I've been meaning to buy a frame for it, but I can't find the frame size because it's so weird. In any case, he pulls out a wand and he draws a large oval in the air, and he kind of holds his arms out as to usher you in.
I'll go and grab Satet Roger. If Yseult can grab the child and the cat, we can go.
Roger says, "Ow, ow, ow, ow!"
Grab the child and the cat.
Please.
And
Yep.
Jacob goes, "We're having another adventure! Hooray!"
Yep, we are.
As you pass through the portal, a great warping feeling comes through you. A sense of vertigo assails you, and your stomachs drop down. But everything seems to come back through as you come into Waterdeep, much further north, which should be colder. But there is not a drop of snow in sight. In fact, it feels to be about mid-autumn. With that, you find yourself standing in an alley. Uh, standing in the alley of a relatively busy street. You hear people calling out prices and asking for items and such. You think you are in somewhere in perhaps the trade ward, if you are at all familiar with being in Waterdeep. You are in the place where most business happens, where most people come in from greater places in order to make and sell their wares. Now that you have entered Waterdeep, what would you like to do?
Espionage is death or permanent exile. I'm gonna say, I gotta say that it's gotta happen in Waterdeep a lot, though. You've got the Zentarum, you've got the Xanathar's Guild.
Indeed, I am certain that people get away with murder on a daily basis in this city, and it shall be no different for us.
So, in other words, these are only the rules if we get caught. Understood.
That is, at the end of the day, how all laws are. However,
Well, at worst, hampering justice is a fine of up to 200 gold and hard labor up to a 10-day. I think hard labor up to it. Hampering justice. Forgery of an official document, well, slightly less
I
problematic.
hardly think that any of our activities to ensure the job is completed satisfactorily will require us to break any number of important ones.
Or, if they do, as I said before, any lie with a basis in truth holds up much stronger than one without.
It's true, but any lie told by the one being implicated is going to be believed that much more readily. We don't necessarily need to be the ones lying.
Jacob says, "Whoa!" And he starts running out of the alley and toward the street.
He called
Do
you
I have hold
Mom.
person?
What? Tiny human running away?
I have hold person, and I'm not afraid to use it. And she calls that after him. She's like, "Jacob, I have hold person, and I am not afraid to use it on you if you do not stop running and get back here right this instant."
Roll an intimidation check.
That's gonna be a 23.
Okay. He stops just before he gets to the sidewalk.
And she very calmly walks up to him and she's like, "Listen, I understand that we're in a new place and that you're excited. However, in case enough bad things haven't already happened, please know that even more could happen if you go running out of our sight. If you really want to explore the city and look at all the good things, I'm sure we can find a way and time to show you around and go to the things you want to look at. But we have to do it safely and carefully so that there's not an incident. That sound fair?"
He nods. Satet comes over, and he kind of grabs the boy by the shoulder, and he says, "I'll take him and Roger over here. I'll take him over to the Sword's Rest. It's in the Southern Ward. I've been here before. Just ask around for it, and you'll find your way there. I'll get us a room for a couple nights."
I appreciate it. I apologize if I scared you, Jacob, but to be fair, you scared me for a second there. The
He's
last thing we needed is for you to disappear on us right out the gate.
he is absolutely enamored by what he's seeing around him. He's like 10 and he's never seen any building bigger than 2 stories. He's absolutely enamored.
They call it the City of Splendors for a reason.
He goes, "I'm splendored. Wow."
Perhaps while we're out and about, Setet, if you find that it is safe and, well controlled, you could take him to see the ocean and such before we return.
And he says, "I think that's gonna depend on how Roger's doing." And Roger's still got his arms out. He's like carrying all of his stuff. "Yeah, we'll figure it out."
Perhaps set him up with a bath or something. Something wet.
With
Something to help his skin, yes.
that, he is going to move towards the street. He does turn around and he says, "I'm thinking that you either need to be looking in the Sea Ward or the North Ward. If you're going to be looking for that family, I'd start there."
Indeed. I think that, first we should see about this Castro Cartwell, see if we can't have a word with him.
So I believe the Sea Ward, if I'm seeing it correctly, out of character, is that the one? It's like right in the middle of the map. It's like right on the right-hand side. It's like a walled-in area with all the really fancy houses.
That is the Field Ward. That is to the absolute north. To kind of the northwest is
No,
the.
it's
It's
sorry, I
right.
didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, it's right above the Field of Triumph. It's on the shore. Yeah.
Okay, because I noticed that like on the very edge of Waterdeep, like that area north of the Court of the White Bull, it just reminds me of those gated neighborhoods with all the really fancy houses.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is.
Gotcha.
I have a bit of a thought jumbling around the old noggin, that I was hoping you might humor me with some feedback on.
I'm listening.
I'm thinking that perhaps we can approach this Castro Cartwell as a party interested in his claim, given that he is a man of no name in a town of many well-to-do people making a very, very bold accusation, and that we would like to look into it to see if we can help his case pro bono. That would alleviate any agreements to produce anything of substance, and it would give us a reason to ask some very personal questions, perhaps about his mother and lineage, because it is my suspicion that what we will find is that he is a bastard, and that his mother is somewhere abouts, and all we really need to do is not prove that he is not related, but make it impossible to prove that he is. Now, this is all speculation.
Very clever. No, I was thinking very much the same thing. Especially because if this man was as beloved as everyone says, the idea of him having a bastard child may not be palatable, shall we say. No, it makes perfect sense. I think you have the right idea. And whatever we do or do not turn up about his parentage and whatever we have to do in the meantime, if it turns out he is not a bastard, as you say, and he is forging it, then we have all the information we need.
Indeed. If his claim is already false, then our work is done and we simply need to prove it. Elsewise, we have a backup plan.
I like it.
All right, then let us sally forth and look for Castrol Cartwell in the Sea Ward. They said that he had a rented house, cottage here.
Sounds good to me.
So, as you step out into the trades ward, you are greeted by hundreds of people scurrying around with carts, armfuls of things, baskets on the sides of small burrows. Um, you have a chance to kind of roam the city. How is it you intend to find one man in the great city?
I believe that some streetwise, as previous editions would have called it, would be in order, considering that this is a very prominent family in a city that looks highly on people with money, and especially people related to the sea trade. So someone coming in from the ocean and causing a stir in the wake of the loss of the patriarch is probably front page news.
Yeah, honestly, just listening into people's conversations, especially in like that whole big market district area, or like the docks themselves, which is like, the two big gossip places
So,
besides pubs.
so I'll tell you what. You guys are in the trade ward right now, which is a very large marketplace. Uh, I will take a perception check from both of you, and we'll see what you get.
Okay. Unfortunate.
Decently fortunate. 22.
13.
With a 13, let me see my stuff here. With a 13, there is a rumor going. There is not a rumor as much as this is considered fact. Is that 3 days before Engelhart Weston died, he orchestrated a fairly aggressive takeover of another. Uh, oh, I've got some names backed up. Um, let me just of another company, which is hold on. I was misreading some stuff, so I'm switching back around. So he had a fairly aggressive takeover of another shipwright company, known as Bowbreaker Shipwright. Uh, it
Seems
was
like a very uh, counterintuitive name for a shipwright company. Bow Breaker?
they are the Bowbreakers because they had a specialty of making uh, warships.
Ah.
So his company, which you would hear part of this gossip, is they made merchant ships, and for whatever reason, having uh, some will say bribed and bought his way through the shipwrights guild, was able to acquire Bowbreaker Shipwright for basically their debt uh, to the guilds instead of buying them from the owner Baron. It was considered a very underhanded business tactic, but it was made legal through the guild.
And it was acquired by the late patriarch Engelhart.
Correct.
Then we could also look into whether or not Castrol is somehow affiliated with the Shipwrights Guild, or whether or not they even made Castrol's ship, because he is a pirate.
It is a avenue that we could explore. It is also an avenue if we were curious about his death, because probably somebody is aware of just how underhanded this deal was and was looking for some payback. Might have killed him.
Yep.
With a 23, let me see if I've got anything else.
22, sorry.
And I know I said what you said basically, but I just meant maybe it's not Cartwell. Could be somebody else.
I'm sorry. With a 22, the rumor of his death, actually, a lot of people, and you hear this from, believe it or not, a couple bards. There are tales that in Englehart's youth, who was born into the Weston family, who were already wealthy shipwrights, he was, for a brief time, an adventurer who traveled the sea trying to find new resources, designs. He was trying to change the company he would inherit uh through his own adventures and through his own way of life. And the bards are beginning to tell tales of, scorned demons coming back to claim his life.
And
Rival pirates had come to kill him. Um, they're trying to blame his history of his history of his time being an adventurer by the Moonshay Isles.
so Yseult mutters to Johann in Infernal because she's not sure how many people around will overhear and understand. Well, that lends credit to your bastard theory.
We have yet to see exactly how this plays out. I tend to play this a bit close to the vest and not assume too much. I'm hoping that my theory's correct, but I'm prepared to accept any reality.
Now, if he went to the Moonshay Isles, would that, and I was going to say, is Castrel a human or a half-elf? Because if I recall correctly, Moonshay Isles are elven. Unless I'm misremembering.
They are the Moonshay Isles are very tribal. But no place, rarely any place is one strictly thing. But
Okay, because I just went to look and it said I went to Google Moonshay Isles and the first thing I got was elves.
yeah. But no, you do not know anything about Castrol other than he and is a
Mostly
pirate.
humans. Okay,
Um,
it is mostly human. My bad. Well, lycanthropes, but
being that it is, and I guess I'm kind of posing this to the DM as a form of question. Um, being that this person has come in and made a strong claim and has been challenged and is now imprisoned against such a powerful family, there would likely be a large reward or recompense for anyone that helped substantiate this claim. So, if that logic is accurate, with your blessing, would it not it would not seem unusual for someone, outside of town, perhaps, or even within town, because this place is so big, they probably, not everybody knows everybody, for somebody to be saying, hey, if I want to talk to this guy, and being like, people would be like, oh, you must be another, leech looking to make a buck off of these families, tribulation. That seems like it would be pretty reasonable, right?
Yeah, it would be, there's probably there's probably someone like, look, if you have information or a witness saying like he was saying he's going to scam this family, if you come to us and it's credible, we'll pay you for it.
Right.
That, yeah, there is a call out for information. Um, so yes, so you could use that information, but otherwise you'll spend an hour or so in the trade ward, and those are the two main rumors you hear.
Mm-hmm.
You can try and go somewhere else to try and learn some rumors, or you can head off somewhere. You can just open fire on the citizens of Waterdeep. Uh,
I'm kind of leaning toward that one.
open fire.
Perhaps not even the citizens, but perhaps the guard force would be useful, since they would control imprisonment. And I believe that I have written here that he was imprisoned after he was accused by the son Lionel of poisoning Englehart, because
Right.
they found, air quotes, poison in his possession.
Correct.
Right. So, would it be, and I'm running this question by my compatriot here as well, would it be reasonable to try and approach one of the guards and say, where is Castro Cartwell being held as a lawyer? I would like to speak with him because I believe he may have a case.
What do you think, Assault?
I think that's no, that makes sense to me. I'm with that plan to see if we could, because that was again our plan ish in the first place. If we could present ourselves as lawyers and if we could start our reputation as lawyers and not as just these random adventurers or people who come to make money off of it, it would give us more credibility and therefore more room to work as well.
Finding a guard is easy enough to do. Um, as you approach a trio of them that stand by some fairly busy businesses, one will kind of turn. You see that it is a dwarf amongst humans. She looks to you and she says, "Ye be needing something."
Yes. I'm sorry to trouble you. I know you've other duties to attend to, but my compatriot and I have been privy to the news recently of the liveliness that has accosted the Weston family, and we were hoping we might be able to, if it's acceptable, speak with the man imprisoned on these charges of poison.
Aye, the pirate that came in claiming to be the son of a wealthy merchant.
Yeah, very interesting story and outlandish to boot. And as practitioners of law and wanting to cut our teeth more deeply in the local courts, thought this would be a good place to get a good bit of practice on something really spectacular. So I don't know what the protocol is for speaking with a prisoner.
Well, though these words have come around of this strange pirate and his outlandish claims. Indeed, it didn't take place here in the trade ward, so I have very little to do with that. I'd say head to the dock ward. Talk to someone about there. Perhaps they'll send you in the right direction.
Excellent. You've been more than helpful. Thank you for your time.
She nods and turns back to her companions.
And just like that, I turn back to Yseult and I say, and just like that, we have a lead.
Indeed, we do. Onward we go.
So, Dockward is south of us, so we can head right down one of these main thoroughfares and find a guard there.
So, moving through these streets is fairly crowded, and it can be a bit odd in Waterdeep. Very many things happen. Funerals cutting through the streets, noble families pushing their weight around, trying to get ahead of the common folk who are just attempting to live their lives. However, making it to the dock ward, you do so fairly safely. It's a relatively clear day, and you see many of the tall masts of ships pulling in to the dock, and the frankly the energetic work that is going down about that place kind of falls off the closer you get towards the middle of it, as there are several dive taverns, pay by the hour inns, and just alleys that seem to only go into darkness but nowhere else. Uh, Stopping and talking to a guard, it is easy enough. They will direct you towards the small jail in town. In this ward. Switch over, uh, zoom back, zoom in. I do not like this as much.
I was gonna say it's a big map.
It's a big. I actually have a very unique map for this that I'll post there for you here soon. But let's say that you are directed to go to Snail Street. there is a small magistrate's office with a courthouse and a jail in it. If he was arrested here, that's where he would be.
Shall we?
Shall. Would you like to make our approach, lawyer in training?
Sure. Let's.
So,
Uh,
presuming the lawyer in training here is Johann,
Mm.
as the one with all of the legalese put down in her book is Yseult.
oh boy. So I guess we are then approaching the jail, as it were, and she says she's like, should we be representatives of an agency of some sort?
I'm now trying to think of a fun, name. Usually there are three names, so and so and so and so and so and so, like Az and Mo
That's
and
true.
Deus.
So and so, and sons.
And sons. Yes, that could work.
Yeah, those are some very that's usually.
Of the New
Oh,
Hampshire
wait.
so-and-sos?
we are the Stormwind Frost. I was gonna say the Stormwind Frost has a nice ring to it.
It's almost like
both of our
Icewind Dale.
surnames actually. Yeah, exactly, like Icewind Dale, Stormwind Frost.
Stormwind Frost is good. That might be it.
I think we've got it.
It's our surnames: Yseult, Stormwind, and Johann Frost.
It's perfect.
And like you said, it's not a lie if it's the truth.
That's true. We are part of the Stormwind Frost legal company.
A legal combine. Law firm.
Representatives.
Yes. I like it. I like it. We're running with it.
All right, let's go. We
at
are partners of the Stormwind. We are associates of the Stormwind Frost legal firm.
the clerk looks up to you, and you see it's a very young man, not even hair about his chin. Looks like he's writing in several books. He looks up and he goes, "Legal firm, who are you here to represent?"
Yes, hello. We're junior associates with the Stormwind Frost legal firm, and we've been tasked with investigating and representing cases that have been thought to be perhaps unwinnable in order to polish our skills and such and prove ourselves in order to escalate and perhaps rise in the ranks of our legal positions. Now, we've heard the case of this Castrol, I believe his name is, the one who's imprisoned here, and we would like to speak to him about perhaps working with him pro bono on this rather unusual case that he's been presented with, or that he's brought to be presented with and then been arrested for in return. It's all very complicated, you see.
Well, if you're looking for an unwinnable case to defend, this would be it. Seems like a slam dunk. But I can't let you just go down and talk to him, especially since you have armor and weapons. Why don't you go down? And he kind of points down the hall, and he goes, "Go on down to Saith Cromley's office and speak with him. He'll give you any information and escort you down to your plaintiff, your client, if he sees it fit."
Excellent. Thank you very much. And she's writing down in her journal, or at least she's writing down the name, but hopefully, he thinks she's more important than that.
Right.
Thank you for your help.
No, you finish up. I had a joke that I wanted to sting him with after you finished.
Oh, please do. She's like, yeah, thank you very much for your cooperation.
As we turn away, I'm just gonna look to him and wink before walking off and say, they don't become plaintiffs until they agree to pay.
He goes, "Oh, And I guess he's not going to be one if it's free. So with that, you can head down this small hallway, and you eventually come to a door that says Seth Cromley. It is cracked open, and you kind of hear somebody mumbling to themselves, and you hear the sound of someone who's using a quill on parchment, but much, much too hard.
So I politely knock on the door and say, "Excuse me, Mr. Cromley."
Uh, yes, come in, come in, come in, come in.
Very lovely to meet you, sir. My name is Yseult. This is my colleague, Johann. We're representatives of the Stormwind Frost legal firm. We are junior associates, as it were. We've been sent to try our hand on seemingly unwinnable cases in order to prove our skills and move up in our firm. And, well, if anyone has the most unwinnable case sitting in their jail right now, I believe it would be you, sir.
He kind of pulls back, and you see that he's an older human. His hair's parted down the middle, and it's been in desperate need of a cut for like 2 years, as it's brown and going gray. He leans back, showing his badge of the Waterdeep Guard, and strokes a growing beard, and he says, uh, "Not familiar with your firm. Y'all must be new."
Well, my colleague and I are certainly. Normally, we work. Gosh, is Candlekeep is north of Waterdeep,
It's
isn't it?
south.
Oh, it is south. Okay. Normally, our main firm is located much further south than this, so we've been sent here for further to investigate further.
I'm gonna kind of interject a little like a hand for it and say, and you know what they say about Waterdeep. Blink and 3 more guilds have popped up.
He kind of smiles and chuckles at that, but you can see that he's casting a very studious eye over the two of you. So I'll have one of you. You can either both roll deception or one of you roll with advantage.
What's your deception? Oh, geez, mine is +9.
You are considerably better at lying than me.
Okay. Do you
I-
want to? Do you want us each to roll, or should we both roll?
You can roll with advantage. I'm basically
Okay.
helping you. Whoops.
I rolled a 17 and an 18, so
pretty
+9 is gonna be 27. I got this. My new Yseult die is rolling really high, which makes me wonder when the other shoe's gonna drop.
Tomorrow, hopefully.
With that, he kind of narrows his eyes. He actually got a 17, so you got him there. He says, blasted guilds, always in the way of things. He kind of leans forward back in his chair and says, all right. He says, drop your weapons, though. You ain't gonna need them in a jail cell, would you?
Well, no, absolutely not. And it's quietly thinking to herself, "We are weapons anyway."
He doesn't need to know that. I just out of
He
curiosity.
doesn't know.
Just out of curiosity, I rolled my deception with advantage, and I only got a 19, so it's a good thing you did it.
Alright, so we put all our weapons aside and such.
He stands up, and there's a sword on a belt that has kind of fallen down. He kind of hikes it up, and it hits the under part of his belly, which he then just kind of like wiggles it so it fits around it, and it sits in its proper place.
I can literally picture the movement in my head. I know exactly like the wiggle for the belt that I've seen people do.
He steps forward, and as he comes around his desk, he kind of looks at the two of you and says, "This is your first day in Waterdeep."
Oh, yes, it is.
Was it that obvious?
Yeah, you see a lot of other lawyers and business types walking around, and he kind of like pats his hand against your armor. That much armor?
The roads are known to be unsafe, but I suppose you wouldn't be in the position you are if you didn't have such a discerning eye. Well, you have me.
He kind of shakes his head and he says, "Only people who walk around in Waterdeep with that much armor and weapons are criminals and law enforcement, and you ain't law enforcement. So I suggest when you get a chance, you drop off your armor and maybe even some of your weapons."
My
Understood.
mace?
My crossbow? And
Not
my
Macy.
axe! So long as I keep the books, we're all good.
Surely you wouldn't deny an old man his walking stick, I say, holding the staff of the python.
he looks at you. He looks at your not gray hair. And he goes, "Yeah."
I understood that reference.
Oh yeah.
Surely would you not deny an old man his walking stick?
That's where they meet Snake Tongue. Worm Tongue.
Worm
Anyway,
tongue, yeah.
Worm tongue.
Yeah, Worm Tongue. I just finished the third movie a couple days ago. So
There you go.
I've been crazy into this lore too. It's fine. He leads you down the hall past the clerk, and he slams his hand on the desk of the clerk to scare him. And
Scares me.
yeah, he kind of chuckles at his own joke, and he goes up to two plate-mailed almost knights. He waves at them, and they wave to him, and they open a heavy wooden door that allows the three of you to go down. As you get to the bottom of the staircase, he stands at the end of a row. He points towards the back.
Whoa.
Yeah, right. He points.
I'm sorry, he what?
It was a complicated gesture, but he did it. He points towards the back. He says, "Last one left."
Thank you
Thank
kindly.
you kindly.
He leans against the wall, away from where you guys are at, but he seems to be staring intently at you as you stand in front of these cells. As you come down to this cell, you see sitting on a small straw bed on the floor, there is a man who has been stripped down to just basically an undershirt, boots, and the breeches that he had come in with. He sits there and he's rather wide. He looks like if he were heavy set, but also muscular. There's no definition, but he looks like he himself can lift or push a great amount of weight. You see that he has long black hair that seems to be knotted and just kind of almost dread, like, but not intentionally. It's just so unclean. With what was probably a day ago cleanly shaven, he looks up and he looks to you and he says, "And what do I owe this pleasure, oh fine consul folks of Waterdeep?"
Mm.
We-
Well, you've got yourself an unwinnable case, which is exactly what we're looking for.
And he says, "I was always told that justice prevails in Waterdeep."
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Johann.
That's fine. Our firm, Stormwind Frost legal firm, is interested in your case, especially due to its high-profile nature. We were sent here to gather some initial information and find out exactly what it looked like before we agreed to take it up. Of course, if you're not looking for legal counsel, then we can be on our way, but it sounded to us as though you had a claim against a very prominent family, and a case like that could be very lucrative for everyone involved. And I suppose you would like to be removed of your bonds and put in your rightful place?
Yeah, I think that's
Out
exactly.
of character week.
Go ahead.
Out of character wiki. Sorry, I didn't realize. Was going to say out of character with what Yseult said and what Johann said. I'm wondering how much information we could get out of the good lawyer, bad lawyer routine. Like with Johann being like, "Yeah, we can totally win this," and Yseult being like, "Nah, we can't win this."
I am not afraid to play both sides of this field.
He he says, I would like that, but to start, I need you to understand one thing. I am not making a claim against any family. To claim against says that I have an I have an argument that I am here to take something. I'm not willing to fight with anyone. I am merely coming back to claim the lineage that I was born into. This should not have to be a fight. This should be a simple understanding. I am the son of the late Engelhart Weston.
Okay, and so Yseult is going into the, yeah, sure, let's see if we can win this mode. Really? And keep it, let's say for a moment that I'll entertain this as fact. Where have you been in all this time that you've only just now reached out? And not only that, so quickly after hearing of his demise?
Says, well, before we get too intimate, what can I call you, my potential lawyers?
My name is Yseult, my colleague. And I let Johann decide whether or not to use his real, if he wants to use his real name or.
You may call me Johann. And as we said, we represent Stormwind and Frost legal firm from down south.
And he says, well, I've been around these 3 decades, and I was a young orphan in the Moonshades, bounced around from village to village, boat to boat. Never knew I even had a pa. Only told that I didn't grow from the water, and that's all I'd ever known. No ma to ever claim me orphan from birth, you know. But the end of last spring, I was about one of the ships that I had frequently sailed to and he kind of clears his throat, profit from. We ran afoul of a skirmish about the water. Some 4-armed green fish freaks were attacking a small boat of some weird blue fellas, and well, we had nothing better to do, and we hadn't seen any work in a few weeks. We decided that we would help the blue fellas and help kill them 4-armed green folks. And when we did, it turns out one of them blue fellas was sort of an oracle. Tritons, they was called. Tritons. And that oracle thanked me and said that she would give me a prediction of my destiny. She told me that my destiny was in Waterdeep by a man named Engelhart. That he was my pa. So, there's nothing better to do with my life than follow the thread of destiny. I come here. That's how it happens.
You've no paperwork, no legal documentation, just the words of a Triton.
Is a Triton different from a water genasi?
Yes.
Okay.
Water genasties are part like water or like
Elemental.
water gin.
Yeah.
And
Tritons are like mermaids.
Okay.
There's yeah.
King Triton, Little Mermaid. Not even kidding.
Sure.
He says.
I thought it was just named for his weapon.
He says, "Well,
Trident.
Gotcha.
there's one piece of proof. I got one thing that could not be possibly denied. That proof, and he kind of looks back and forth, and he says, I don't think I care to share with someone who claims to come in, take an unbeatable case for free. But I'll tell you this. Old man Engelhart had a secret. And that secret is my proof."
May I ask you a question?
Of course. Johann.
If you believe this piece of proof, which you have either on your person or in a place under your control, and you believe it truly to have been irrefutable evidence of your claim, why did it not come into play prior to your challenge from the young lad, or prior to your imprisonment on these charges of poisoning?
And he says, I might be a sea dog, but I'm not without culture. I want in this family. I want to take my birthright. And I know the folk of Waterdeep. I at least know their type, and I wouldn't dare speak this truth. A truth that, from the bastard child of this wealthy socialite, would be enough to shake the foundations of his very life and probably all the snobs in their ivory towers. But this further truth I dare not utter in an open place. After all, what good is coming into this family if it would only be run out of town anyways?
Indeed. We haven't as yet ascertained if we were taking your case up, but if you believe that you have this irrefutable evidence and it is as potent as you say, then that certainly makes this look a lot, and I'm saying, like, looking slightly toward Yseult as playing the skeptic to her skepticism. That certainly makes it sound a lot less unwinnable. And
And
perhaps,
you still. Oh, sorry. Please continue.
then, very worthwhile. All of our wiles. And he finishes.
And to which Isolde is like, really? Are you going to fall for this one? Haven't we read the story before that the plaintiff claims to have this deep, dark, incredible secret? And then, of course, the moment he's free, it's something very small and trite. And come on, you know you've read at least 5 variations of this in half of our case files.
Well, certainly that is true. However, I look in this boy's eyes and I believe what I'm hearing. But more to the point, the first thing we learn in our profession is that win or lose, we still get paid. And at that, I'm going to turn sort of back toward Cartwell and say, to that end, if we were to take up the case, you would be able to compensate for our time.
And he smiles and he says, if you can win me this case, I'll hold y'all as retainers when I take my rightful place at the head of this family. Or I'll pay you the king's ransom that I can afford to give you. Hell, I'll marry one of you and bring you into the family for all I care.
I do believe that. However, if it, in the unfortunate circumstance, if it comes to pass that this evidence that you have is not nearly so irrefutable as you claim, and we are incapable of winning the case, there would still be the matter of the legal fees. Do you have the funds to cover them in such an event?
Well, I don't recall asking for you to come help me.
You did
I
not,
recall
sir.
you coming in to ask to help me.
Well, either someone helps you or you die. Just so you're aware. You know, because the laws of Waterdeep, impersonating a noble, assaulting or impersonating an official or noble, flogging, imprisonment up to a 10-day, and a fine of up to 500 gold. Assaulting or impersonating a lord, well.
And he says,
Oh, and murder of a lord or an official or a noble, that's just flat out death. So apparently, first you would be flogged, imprisoned up to a 10-day, fined up to 500 gold pieces, then they'd execute you. Just wanted to put your options out there.
He smiles and he says, well, the burden of proof is on them. I got plenty of arguments of how that nightshade mysteriously appeared in my possession. Plenty of arguments to say how anyone could have put it there. And last I heard is no one's actually seen the body or cause of death. Now again, I ain't no I ain't got no better education than anyone else, but I know a little bit of logic. I ain't got enough to stick me with murder, at least, and I spent time in jail before, and I'll likely do it again if I get out of here. But trust
Well,
you me, if I get
yeah.
if I have to stand in front of that magistrate, in front of all those people, I'm gonna tell a secret about uh about my supposed pa. I'm gonna tell them the kind of secret that is gonna collapse that whole damn house on top of that bastard family of his. They'll run themselves. The wealthy socialites will rise up with pitchforks and run those bastards out of their own homes when they hear what I got to say.
I really gotta say how much I'm liking the cut of your jib, as well as the confidence here. I think that perhaps you've got me believing this, and I want to put forth, and I'm gonna like kind of look around really conspiratorially and kind of like lean in, like I don't want the jailer to hear, even though he's like all the way down at the end of the hallway and couldn't. I shouldn't be telling you this, but, I've got a very strong feeling, as you have already pointed out, that the family absconding with the body in the way they did looks very suspicious, makes them look very guilty, and I think that we can spin that. Now, if you want to put your faith in us, that is entirely up to you, sir. Ken, if you don't want our help, we can walk right out that door, and we will find other jobs to take up. We don't want to take up any more of your time. However, if you think that perhaps two of us can find the evidence you need to prove your birthright, well then, in lieu of payment, I would say that give us the ability to investigate this claim and substantiate it, make sure it is as airtight as you seem to be convinced it is, and that will be payment in case that is, especially in the case that it does not prove out and we cannot win the case. You would owe us nothing. I can work with the people above me to get that to be accepted, I think.
He nods, and he says, "Hear that, jailer? They're taking my case." And Safe Cromley comes from, stands at the other end, and he goes, I heard. He got a natural 20 on his perception. He walks down and he says, I can witness this. My testimony is as trustful as anyone else's. And he looks to the two of you and he says, what were you going by? Frost and Stormwind?
Stormwind and Frost.
We say together.
In stereo.
Do you hereby swear to act in the defense of your appointed, of your chosen, and he looks over, counsel? He goes, what do you call him?
He would be the plaintiff in this case.
All right, so the appointed plaintiff, you swear that on his trial you will appear to represent him to the best of your abilities?
Yes.
We do.
And he says, well, finish your talk and come up to my office, and I'll give you a small writ that should allow you to speak with most people who would respect my word, or it'll at least get you. It'll break the ice for some folks, because he looks at Cartwell and he says, justice does prevail here in Waterdeep, and if you telling the truth, boy, then justice will answer your side. If you're not, punishment is yours to handle. And he just kind of like rolls his eyes at him, and Cromwell walks upstairs, and Castrol turns to the two of you and he says, the old man's got a secret. You want me to put trust in you, then you find out his secret and I'll tell you if it's right. Hell, if you find out his secret, I'll prove it to you. The family knows. They're hiding something for sure. He nods to the two of you.
Yseult looks at Johann and quips, perhaps you would like to draw up the plaintiff contract. You're better at contracts than I am.
Oh, you do know that I love paperwork.
Yeah,
We'll
contracts are for it.
I will say, Gastrel, that does not sound quite like the payment that we agreed to.
You just told me there's no payment at all.
The payment was the secret so that we could prove it.
Nope. You can make all the oaths you want, but the only oath I believe in is action. You prove this secret to me, and I'll confirm it. This is all. Understand, this is all I have. When the time comes to stand in front of that magistrate, this is all I have. And if it should slip, well, they'll start fabricating lies around it, try to disprove me. My only chance at freedom is the element of surprise and truth. And I ain't giving that up to no fancy talking lawyers or counselors.
I'm gonna keep
Yseult is already mentally calculating how they could make a contract for Johann, would then force him to give the secret in order for fulfillment. And
please, I have suggestion. I don't even need to get that fancy. But
oh, well, there you go.
I'm
gonna
keep that ace in the sleeve for the moment, for when we really need it.
Mm.
He says, "Get a look at his body. Ain't no one seen it. Hell, no one's seen it. Hell, no one's seen him since days before he died, apparently. No one even seen his body. He might not even be dead for all I know."
Indeed. Well, you make
Getting
sure...
a writ for that might be incredibly difficult.
He leans to the bar and he says, "And don't get one. They buried him in his family mausoleum in the oh fuck, just fell out of my head. What is that damn place?
the City of the Dead.
Thank you. The city of the just dropped right out. They buried him in the
The
family.
City of the Dead was on the fugue plane.
No. The City of the Dead is the western central district of Waterdeep. It's a giant cemetery.
Yeah, that's
okay. I was thinking the City of the Dead surrounded by the Wall of the Faithless. Okay.
No, not where. Yeah, Kalemvor's just hanging out in Waterdeep. No, and he says they buried him in the City of the Dead. If he died this time they said ago, you might be able to find his body and really see what's in there. Sure. I'm betting you that it's gonna be well guarded. So maybe you can talk your way in, or maybe those guards fall asleep or get distracted. He says, "I don't know. I'm just a pirate with the truth."
Well, you make sure they keep feeding you so that we can get that large retainer and marry into your family and whatnot when we win your case.
He smiles and says, "Honestly, this is the best I've ever eaten."
I'm going to go and sign some papers now.
And Yseult's like, yes, let's go do more paperwork. That's our favorite.
The paperwork is just fairly simple. You know, your name, whom you're representing, from whom have you been set, and your promise that come court date, you will either show up and to present your evidence, or you will present the evidence to the Watch, who will have a court-appointed lawyer come in and present it. So you don't have to be there,
cool.
but you would at least have to give over the evidence you have found.
Yeah.
And all of this is done in good faith.
Right. I do believe that I remember his exact wording was that we swear to appear to be doing the best to defend him.
Yep.
Appear
yeah.
to be doing defend him.
It's yeah.
There's a lot
that
of
is a very important.
In those words.
That's a very important
very
distinction.
Flexible wording.
I do promise to appear to be doing my best.
Yeah, it's almost like someone in higher society. Let's say it's sort of a masked lord. Maybe set that kind of rule for that kind of wiggle room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So
real quick, and he asks if it's written. Sorry.
I just want to run and refill my drink and use the restroom very quickly. So the information that you are going to be given is the address to the Westwright family. You can at least go and talk to them.
Yep.
They'll likely point you in the direction of their lawyer
Yep.
instead.
But this doesn't breach our
we sound
contract
like
at
fun with
all.
that one.
It's fine. It doesn't breach our contract. They think that we're representing the opponent in their case.
That's true.
But it's essentially where you can find them. And really that's kind of it. So I'm gonna just mute my mic and I will be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I actually am going to go grab a drink myself, but I'll be back.
I should probably go grab one.
Yeah, drinky time.
All right, I'm back.
Hello.
Hello. You ever seen My Cousin Vinny?
Oh God, years and years.
I'm thinking of that scene. You're thinking of the scene where she's like explaining it couldn't have been this because she's going through like the details of the engine or something.
I mean, just that scene obviously is very iconic. I'm just kind of thinking of the whole situation in relation to the whole movie, but yes.
I've never seen My Cousin Vinny. I only know that one scene.
It's a good scene. The whole movie is very good. It's kind of a lot of that.
So, your paperwork has been filled out, and you guys are on the streets of the dock ward. There are you can try and listen to rumors. You can try and talk to some people. What would you like to do?
I want to ask if this writ also gives us access, or I mean, the ability to look at the body. Like, is this going to give us permission to do such a thing?
Cromley will tell you no. They are, and unless the magistrate, and unless the head magistrate during the hearing deems it necessary to see the body after it's been entombed, as it has already been, then no, you don't have legal right to really anything now. This is simply saying that the Watch knows who you are. The Watch knows you're on this case. It's just acknowledgement of who you are. It gives you no legal right to anything.
It's not legal authority. It's just legal rationale. It gives us rationale for being in a place and talking to a person, but it does not give us authority to demand anything.
Gotcha.
It might be seen as, okay, you're working this case, you are now part of this legal system, I might need to answer questions, but beyond that, I don't think it's going to have much weight. It's all going to be our cunning and our charisma.
So, what do you guys want to do?
Be charismatic.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
There's Roger. Roger could do this.
Right? Okay, so, now that we're not in there, I'm gonna have counsel with my friend here. Say, alright, we need to, basically, in order to fulfill our end, we need to ensure that any truly infallible evidence he might have meets with a very fallible circumstance. So we need to know what he knows and why he thinks it. So, like, that's kind of our raison d'etre right now. We need to know exactly what that secret is and find out if it is as damning as he says it is. And if so, then we need to short-circuit that. Excuse me, can't use that. We need to...
Interrupt.
Yeah.
That the transition of that secret from his mouth to God's ears, to the God's ears.
So you know that thing he said that, like, I have the truth, and if it gets out, it could ruin me? Let's get that truth and ruin him. Let's do that exact thing he was afraid of.
No. The truth is going to ruin the person we don't want ruined.
Yeah, the truth is going to ruin the person we don't. Or
So we need to make that truth not the truth anymore.
We need to take that truth and turn it against him in such a way that it is not, in fact, a lie.
A secret, but yeah. In either case, we first need to know what it is. I think probably the reason the body, and again, this is all conjecture and theorizing, but I think probably the reason the body is hidden away is there's probably some forensic process that could be performed that could prove some kind of blood relation. I don't know what the standard of medicine in this world is. I just assume it's not as good as what we have now.
There's no scientific way to do a blood relation, though magic could be used. Though
Right.
it's probably much higher level.
And I think that probably one of the most dangerous ones there would be Speak with Dead. But
you have that, don't you?
I do have that, and it might be worthwhile going and getting the story straight from the horse's mouth, as it were, and probably taking that mouth with us, because, interesting little fun fact, you cannot perform Speak with Dead, A, on a corpse that has had it performed within the last 24 hours, and B, a corpse that does not have a working jaw. So if you take the jaw, the rest of the body's still there and fine, you can't talk to it.
So you're saying if it turns out to be true, we just need to take the jaw. You know that desecrating the dead, especially that if we've been the last one there, is a problem.
But that only matters if we are known to have been the last ones there, and we know that this family isn't letting anybody in there. So, as far as anyone will know, the last people there were the family.
Yeah, true, but then it might look like they are trying to cover something up.
Indeed, but even if they are trying to cover something up, everyone in this city is covering something, and as long as they've got nothing substantial for this client, this guy, then it doesn't matter what else they're covering up.
Fair, unless we can make it look like Castrol is the one who did it, or if we did it under Castrol's command or some suggestion.
I just want to be sure out of character that we're having this conversation in a way or a place where we are not...
Where we're not overheard.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
So where do you guys want to go now?
Yes, how are we going to be legally illegal?
Well, we can go a apply some pressure to the family, make sure it is known that we are investigating this case for their legal opponent, and that will give us our alibi to excuse, as it were, to speak with their legal counsel without giving up the game. And I think that making a friend here, Rimmon Virtue, aware that there is this secret could
to
benefit
our
us.
benefit.
Exactly.
Well, in that case, onward to the family we go. I'd also be interested in hearing the young Lionel was his name. I'd be interested in hearing his impression of this Castrol fellow, because sometimes the, and I quote, family knowing the secret does not always extend to the younger kin.
It's possible that it does not.
So, your trip through the dock ward, up through the castle ward, and eventually to the north ward is fairly uneventful. There are many ways to travel: by small horse and carriage, by hansom, or the very strange bus system that exists in Waterdeep for some reason. It's cool. I like it. It's just funny. There's buses in Waterdeep. It's where the homeless people sleep.
Oh, goodness.
They gotta sleep somewhere, yeah, so.
Right. So as you come to the North Ward, you see that there are, just in case, because we're hopefully going to, well, then we'll hopefully end in Waterdeep. So when we come back, we can keep playing in Waterdeep. There are a few shops that you tend to go by. There is turns many pages.
Yseult has to be told not to get off at the library stop.
We should go find Laryl Silverhand and see what she has to say about all this.
She says, "I am far too busy to deal with this bullshit." I just, really, Asmodeus is gonna come in here and ask me for help? No, get the fuck out of here. What the hell?
That's entirely fair.
Because there's an absolute gem of a place that Yseult would never leave. That would be the end of her arc.
Oh boy.
There is some place with more knowledge than Candlekeep?
Not more, but you
know. After everything that's happened in Candlekeep, I don't know that Yseult wants to go back.
I'll be damned. Where are these pages?
We gotta figure out what's up with your brother.
Yes, but Yseult is a little gun shy about Candlekeep now.
Yeah, after all the shit that happened there.
Wait a minute. Didn't I? Oh shit.
Ooh.
I don't know who knows that.
Who knows what?
Nothing.
What?
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 Never heard of him. Who's Johann?
He's on first.
What's on second?
I don't know who's on third.
I definitely don't know.
All right. Oh well, I'll fucking find it someday. And by the next time we play, I'll have it.
You're gonna wake up at 3 a.m. shouting the answer because that's how this works.
Right?
I don't have a page. Oh, dude, that happened to me the other day. I was trying to remember something like 2 weeks ago, and last night I was like, "Fuck, it's this."
What's your brother's name?
Yep. Bran.
Bran, right.
And then there's the twins. They're triplets, Bevan, Devin, and Yseult.
Bevan, Devin, and Yseult.
I rolled for some of them. Oh god, and who's the other brother? I can't remember the name of her other brother. This is really sad. Where's my document?
At some point, we're going to need to investigate this fucking prophecy we got, which is JoJo's where the river is rocky with one made of clouds and two born of three.
Two born of three, and Yseult going, oh god, no!
Alright, well, in any case, you arrive...
Lee, that's her other brother.
You arrive in the Sea Ward where... it is easy enough to walk around and eventually find the manor of the Weston household. As you come to approach it, you see that there is a great yard, where within you see that there is immediately a half elf in the yard with a bow and arrow and scimitars by his side. He fires his arrows with great precision. Whatever word.
Deft accuracy.
Deft dexterity.
With deft dexterity, dyingly. With deft dexterity, does he fire? The small bushel of hay that he fires into seems to only have one hole in it, but many arrows. He stands, and as he returns over to the small barrel of hay, he pulls it out, runs his hand over it, and the punctured hole seems to disappear.
So the kid has magic.
He stands back to where he was at and begins to draw once again. More immediately, you notice that this is a much older half-elf.
Oh, it's a half-elf. Okay.
It's still long blonde hair, but it's going silver.
So wait, was it the half-elf firing or the boy?
It's the half-elf firing.
Okay. He doesn't look anything like this other half-elf we ran into a while back, in another deal with with a devil.
Nope.
Okay. Because we never found out what happened to that half-elf.
Because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Was it the one with your brother?
No, it was the first one with Johann when there was that dying family matriarch of the halflings, and there was that half-elf with like the demonic visage that ran out of the house, and we didn't have a chance to find him before the devil.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, this isn't that.
Okay.
Is there any family resemblance between this person and the person we were just talking to?
Absolutely not.
Okay, cool.
No, it's just high cheekbones, slender, seems to be well into the elven, or at least keeps himself trim. But you do see the human features and the roundness of his face. But the gate seems to be open. No guards are really nearby, so you're welcome to move about the cabin as you wish, or open fire on civilians.
I like that we keep calling it open fire.
I'm sure there are murder hobos who are into that.
I don't like that as much.
Me either. Shall we?
Indeed. Now then, this person who is firing, I'm just having a bit of trouble exactly following along what his importance is. Like, he appears to be a part of the family, Weston.
He is at least on their property shooting arrows at dummies.
Okay. All I needed to know.
Yeah, that's as much as you can tell from here.
That's fine with me. Alright, then I will approach the gate. Is the gate downrange of him?
Yes, it is.
Then I will stay outside of the gate until he stops firing. And only once he lowers his weapon would I cross that line onto the range.
If you stand in his sight, he will lower, and he'll come over to the gate.
Can I say I see someone else has been to the archery range?
I am a rated archer.
Oh, we have so much to talk about.
Yay! I use recurve foes. Okay, so
same.
He walks over to the gate, where he has it between you guys and him, despite the fact the gate, the door in is 30 feet away. He decides to go to the gate to talk to you.
Okay.
He stands and he says, "Greetings, travelers. Do you need something, or though you are not on our property, there is kind of a visual loitering thing. You can't just stare at a residence."
Indeed. I did not mean to stare at the property. I was, however, staring at you. I was hoping I could ask a question or two. My friend and I, as you have pointed out, are travelers, and we have come to the city today. But we have this piece of paper here, and I'm going to present the document that was given to us by the guard captain. which marks us as legal counsel to a man who was taken into custody a couple of days ago, and with that comes a privilege to at least ask for an audience with this family.
I understand. You hear about Engelhart. Yes. What can I do for you?
Well, first, if you could tell me who you are and how you are related to the family so that I can be quickly seen to.
I am Brisbane Fortain. I have been heard it called the weapons master of the house. And I suppose that is my official title here. However, Engelhard and I have been friends for most of, and he kind of looks away and says, all of his life.
Indeed, and I am terribly sorry for your loss. I am Johann Frost, and this is my associate. I am Johann, and this is my associate, Yseult, excuse me, and we are representatives of the Stormwind and Frost legal firm, and I was hoping that we might be permitted to speak with the family, or a member thereof.
Kind of narrows his eyes and he says, Engelhart was my friend, and his family is my family. You'll speak with me, and I'll determine whether you are worthy of talking to them.
Very well. As we have been informed, our client seeks to prove family lineage to your man Engelhart, and therefore it is on us to help him do so, or be incapable if it should prove an untrue allegation. So, if we could speak with the family of the deceased, perhaps they could provide us information which would lead us to the proving or disproving of this lineage.
He kind of looks the two of you up and down, and he says, that pirate is just that. He's a pirate. You're wasting your time here.
Pardon me, sir. Brisbane, my lord. You said that you've been friends with. You were friends with Engelhart for all his life. Did you know him in his adventuring days when he was traveled the seas and visited Moonshay?
That's actually how we had come together to meet. I was a few decades older than he at the time. He was in his 20s when we first met, and I was just a hunter, and he told me of these great adventures in these places, and he really just kind of wooed me with story, and yeah, I've been with him, and I've been by his side. I've his whole time, yeah, his whole life. We had
Oh,
he kind of smiles at thinking back to it. We've had quite the adventures, yeah.
Isolde gives Johann this side eye, like, "Oh, are you thinking what I'm thinking?"
It's possible. I'm certain that is an indication that you would be willing to do anything to protect the honor of your friend, and so I respect that. I simply wanted to know if you might be aware of any mistresses he might have taken during those days or thereafter that could have resulted in a person fitting the description of this pirate who was not known to be legitimately his.
He kind of smiles to himself at the thought, and he says, I as attorneys or lawyers or counsel, whatever the hell your jobs are, it's hard to explain being out on the sea and distant lands with exotic people. It's the drugs, the aphrodisiacs, the alcohol, the adventure, all of those things. It just, after some time, it just becomes this whirlwind memory.
Isolde kind of mutters to herself, "Oh, I'm well aware."
It's details and people are hard to recall.
Of course, and without impugning anyone's honor, would it be fair to say that it's possible that something might have happened to Trist, long forgotten, never meaningful? I just am trying to establish facts as best as I can, and this, at least speculative though it is plausible, would you say?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Well, thank you for that. Now, we are aware that the son, Lionel, did challenge this man and fight him in a duel, and might have sustained some injuries from him. Is it possible that we might be able to talk to him and get his feelings on this man? I understand how you feel about him entirely, sir. I'm wondering if I could get his perspective.
At the mention of the duel, he smiles and chuckles, and he says, "Well, seeing as how he was the one who led the arrest against against that pirate, I suppose you should talk to him. But you know, I don't know if he'll talk to you."
Well, if you'll permit us, we can find that out.
He kind of looks the two of you over. Roll me a persuasion check.
Sure. Boo boo boo. I got a 12.
Want me to roll on as well,
So
or
you can either roll with advantage, or Katie, you can roll.
my persuasion's not as high as my deception. Your persuasion might be higher.
I did specialize in it.
Okay, yeah, you would want to roll with advantage then.
Okay. It's not any better, unfortunately. The die wasn't with me.
I've got a 13.
Ugh, unfortunate. No, I don't have any inspiration to burn. Some other way that I could perhaps impress upon him.
He's I would say, he is kind of reveling in his time as an adventurer.
Mhm.
Um, maybe if you could appeal to him that way, I
Alright,
would give you another roll without any penalties.
alright. Oh, let's go with, I don't mean to take up the time of your day or impose upon the family at all, though I will say that when I ask you about Engelhart, you get a particular look in your eye, and I can't help but wonder what stories of heroism and audacity are going through your mind, and perhaps if the boy is unavailable, you could at least before turning us away, regale me with one of your adventures.
He kind of looks, and
Respectfully, of course.
he just kind of looks down, and thinks, and he says, "Well, we were in the Moonshay Isles." And he just goes on to tell this story of being in the Moonshay Isles and having wandered onto a small beach, like a small island that they thought was fairly remote, but Engelhart had believed the trees looked sturdy. And Engelhart and Briston will say honestly, drunkenly postulated that trees, to their roots, are what make islands float.
Oh no.
At that point, Briston absolutely did not believe him, but was very drunk, and so was the rest of the crew. And they all looked at each other, and for some reason, they believed him because of his background, his education, and they were just merely sailors. So they had pulled up to this island where the two of them and a couple sturdier men had left the boat and started just chopping down trees, just trees, whatever tree they seen, they just started chopping. It was during that time that in the middle of the night, as the drunk was starting to wear off and give into the quick building fatigue, that Engelhart was attacked by something, and he just started wailing around with axes, and ended up throwing one blunt side, fortunately, into the face of one of the crewmen. A large light scared the creature off, and Engelhart was okay. But the next day, they laughed about how they drunkenly thought that islands were held up by trees.
And that if they destroyed enough of them, they could sink the
They
island.
could sink the island.
That was it just kind of caught up in that revelry and thinking back to those times. Did he really? Yeah, you know, you kind of like his body language, like crossed arms, kind of doing his kind of broke down to like hands on hips and gesticulating with his hands. It's really opened him up physically.
I'm just gonna be belly laugh and say, that is the damnedest thing I have ever. That is amazing. You know, I cannot deny that perhaps in the presence of this man I would have been swayed to believe the same thing. And I am only sorry that you did not succeed in sinking that island with him.
Engelhard could sell sand to a tribesman. He'd walk onto the beach, pick up a handful of sand and sell it to you, and you'd buy the damn stuff. It was a hell of a
what a character. Oh, the world has lost a
and
great
he
man.
goes on and he says, yeah, Lionel doesn't seem to have picked any of it up from him, though. I swear that boy's mother probably just birthed him on her own. He ain't got none of that heart.
Well, he's got hard enough to stand in and defend his father's honor against someone who would impugn it. I think that is not unworthy of praise.
And he nods. He goes, yeah, I guess the kid's got that.
Sometimes it just takes time to develop.
And he kind of looks up to you and give me another persuasion check.
All right, come on. Do not be a 1 this time, please. Oh, it wasn't a 1. It was a 2 this time.
We either can both roll or you can roll with advantage.
Let me try it for
Okay,
you.
please, yeah. My die has decided it doesn't like me.
Okay, my die is liking me. 19 and 5 is going to be 24.
There you go.
Okay. With that, he just kind of smiles and he says, all right, come on. He walks over to the gate and to greet to greet you guys, and he kind of throws his hand towards you and says, follow me. He goes walking up to this larger mansion, and he says, the boy's probably back in the greenhouse. Tends to spend a lot of time in there. He goes back, but as he walks around, he sees you see a woman of fair middle age. She seems to be tall and thin and has like a brownish hair. She's sitting in fine, noble clothing. And she's reading a book with the sun to her back with a small bottle of wine next to her. He stops and he goes, oh, he says, oh, mistress. He gives a small bow. He says, Mistress Maria, these are some clerks from the city guard who wish to talk to the young master. And Maria looks up to the two of you and says, and what do you wish to talk to my son about?
Ag. You're it.
Grabs the salt, pushes her forward.
We would simply like to extend our condolences, both to you and to your son, on the passing of his father. We are
And
representative, and your husband, indeed. We are lawyers investigating this case, and we want to make sure that it is airtight. And we hear that he was instrumental in leading the arrest, and would like to hear the story from his perspective.
Yes, Lionel, brave boy that he is, figured out the ne'er-do-well's plan himself and bravely led the charge to avenge his father. And we couldn't be more proud of him. His father, the great hero he was, would be doubly as proud to know that he will be avenged in such a brave manner.
Can I roll an insight check on this very suspicious bitch? I'm not trained in insight, but I do want to roll an insight check on this helicopter mom who was already throwing off like the biggest red flags in her demeanor. That's going to be a 17.
My passive insight is 17.
Oh god.
You actually beat me by 1. I have a 16.
I also rolled and got a 21.
Believe it or not, nobles have high deceptions.
No way.
I know.
Really? You don't
Oh.
say. Can't imagine.
There she's definitely adding a little extra bluster to what she's saying. She's she's speaking she's speaking of a lead goblet as if it were silver.
I like that way of putting it.
It's a good way. We have been regaled, of course, with the boy's heroics, and we would like to extend our thanks in standing up for his father's honor, and wonder if we could get the story from him. It is, I'm going to quickly cast a glance to my associate and say, of course, important that we inform you ahead of any other dealings that we have been brought into the situation to represent the man claiming lineage to your husband, and so this is part of our, what do they call it?
This is the
Discovery.
preliminary investigation.
Yeah, so this is part of Discovery. This is the preliminary investigation.
That's right. Discovery is the official.
Yeah. So as to not come across as underhanded in any way, we are trying to ascertain if there's any merit to his claim, and it does not look like there is, but, any further information that you have that could substantiate or refute it, of course, is very helpful. But we did want, in addition, to speak with the boy simply about his interaction with the man.
She stands immediately. Her glass falls to the ground. And she says, "You're representing that cad?" Briston kind of turns and looks to you guys with like these wide eyes. Because I don't think you mentioned that you represent the other guy.
Believe me when I say that this is something that we were hired and instructed to do. My lady, please understand that we take no pleasure in doing such things. However, this is Waterdeep, and as they say, justice will prevail. And unfortunately, justice can only prevail in the fairness of a trial. And that means that, unfortunately, even the worst of the worst criminals are appointed legal counsel, and equally unfortunately, we have been appointed as such legal counsel. Now, please understand me. I would much rather not be representing this fellow, but believe me when I say that I am more fond of the truth and true justice than anything else. However, unfortunately, in this case, I was overruled. However, note that so long as we appear to be doing our best to represent.
She says, "I've heard this. Roll me a deception check with disadvantage."
Oof.
There's no help that is going to change this. You just came in and said, "Hey, we work for the other guy."
I rolled 2 12s. So that's gonna plus
19.
9 is 21.
Oh, 21. Thought it was
But
7.
the thing is, though, is Yseult is telling the truth. She would prefer to be on the side of truth and actual justice. That
And
part was 100% true. And
I agree with you, and you should observe her reaction with that in mind.
okay,
With that, her insight against that is going to be a 23, 19 plus 4.
ugh.
She looks over and she gives quite the look to Briston and says, "Please escort them from our premises." And she turns to you and she says, "Then you will have no problem going through your lines of context to find our lawyers and speak with them for any information you may need or testimony that has already been taken." With this, you hear movement coming from behind her, and you hear a voice that says, "Mother, what's going on?" And as Briston kind of moves in front of the two of you with this look on his face of like, I'm sorry, but I have to get you out of here. Both of you roll me perception checks.
Okay.
Please roll higher.
I can't.
Ugh.
These dice are just like 1, 2, 2, 3, 2.
Yseult's D20 is starting to fail me now. I got
a 13.
I got a 15.
Okay, with a 13 and a 15, as Briston turns on you and a couple other guards come over and with their shields begin to create a wall to start pushing you away, you both get a look at the young voice. The voice comes from a young man, say about 16. He is lean with white skin, with like a white pasty skin. He has a darkish blonde hair with fairly set high cheekbones. He turns and he looks and he sees you all being ushered out, and that's all you can see. You don't see his reaction to it before you were being pushed away from this area and back to the gate.
Are his cheekbones reminiscent of Briston?
You can make that assumption.
And Yseult is just willingly let out because she 1000% knows the secret now and is just like, welp, that settles it. So as they're let out, and Yseult just kind of side eyes Johann, and as soon as everyone else is out of earshot, or I guess what, they're let off the premises by the guards, or
I would like to say one thing to Briston as we go, before we get into our conversation, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, go for it. I'm like desperate for Yseult to say this line, but okay, go first, go.
Just as Briston gets us to the edge of the property, just say, terribly sorry about all that. It must have, I thought I did mention it, but it is in our interest and theirs that we get the information so that we can get through this, proceeding as quickly and painlessly as possible. Of course, we understand the turmoil the family is going through. Apologies to you for how we put you out.
He doesn't give you any response, but then as you're brought to the gate and just kind of forcefully shoved, they begin to close the gate. Yseult?
Well, first, before she says anything to Johann, first she says loudly enough for them to hear in a performative way, but not trying to be overtly performative. See, this is why I hate being a criminal lawyer. People hate us on principle, even though we don't necessarily agree with what they're doing.
There's nothing we can do about that. We just keep doing the best job we can. Eventually, we get to represent the right side.
With that, you are on the street, and the great iron gates are closed heartily in your faces.
Okay, well, hopefully they heard our little performance, but after the gate shuts and Yseult side-eyes Johann, she's like, well, I don't know about you, but I think we have our answer.
It does seem as though we might, but we should at least meet with, Rimmon before we pursue anything just yet. Make sure that this information is, known, because he's gonna need to have a way around it in his court case.
Indeed. Oh, here, easy way around it. Look at how affectionately Briston spoke of Englehart. Clearly they were in an open relationship with the woman, and the parentage doesn't matter. End of story. That's how he's going to work around it.
That is very optimistic. It might even work. I have doubts.
It's a joke, Johann.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then it went over my head. I was looking at this.
To be fair,
doesn't get.
to be fair, if that were an actual defense that they could use, I wouldn't be against them using it, if only for the sheer amusement.
We're gonna need to do something rather extravagant. Should definitely meet with Rimmon first.
Indeed.
We're probably going to want to verify it with the words of the dead before we go back to our client. And then we're going to have to find some way for that client to conveniently forget that information if it is.
Yes.
Either that or make it untrue.
Mhm.
So what do you guys want to do now?
I want to ask one out of character question before we proceed.
Of course.
When you said earlier that Brisden seemed apologetic as he was pushing us out, that was at us, right?
Yeah, you guys well endeared yourself to him, and he wants to really get to the bottom of who killed his friend, and he felt like you guys really were going to try, but he's apologetic because his job and his place is with the family.
I just wanted to make sure that I was properly interpreting what you had said earlier. Okay, cool. Then back to plotting our next move.
So there's that to our advantage, perhaps.
Indeed.
Now the only thing is, if we're going to speak with the body, we're going to have to figure out a way to either A, distract the guards, B,
We could go at
sneak
night.
in, C, all the above.
Speaking of, it's the early evening, and due to the distance to that place, to the city of the dead, you would probably arrive there about sunset now.
Yeah,
because you here first.
I have another question then.
Yes.
I know some things about Waterdeep because I've run some stories here long in the past. Shall I roll history to see if my character knows them, or shall I just pretend I don't know them?
It's fine. I'm just using locations and places out of the book.
Yeah.
Because of water, I'm just using locations and maps
So
there, but I'm not using any details of those stories.
Okay, because I'm going to pull on one of those details just now.
Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead.
Because if I remember correctly, and I don't have anything in front of me to verify it, but what I recall reading in Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide is that the City of the Dead doesn't have any guards after night, and no one visits it after night because they have an ongoing problem that some undead do get out of their graves and roam around, but only at night.
That is correct.
Okay.
Oh. And
So,
we can handle that.
Yeah, we can handle that, and it will mean that it's deserted.
Yeah.
We just have to get over the wall.
We are gonna wanna not. Although I usually see what armor am I wearing. Oh no.
So I would present that information to Yseult as something that my character is aware of. I don't think getting past any gods that will be very difficult since there aren't any.
True. Well, if that's what we have to do to get in, I think we can scrounge our way past a couple undead in order to get the answers we need. And then if anyone asks, we could say, well, we'll think of something. Maybe, yes, we were so frustrated by the case that we needed to take our frustrations out on something, and we decided we'd help deal with the undead problem, and therefore kill two birds with one stone.
That could very well work. As long as they are also feeling like killing undead is quite the fine pastime. Another possibility, should that not be a good one, for any reason, perhaps everyone knows that because we are armed and armored that we are not locals, and so in pursuing the evidence of our case, we ended up there not knowing that it was dangerous after dark, as we are not from here.
Correct. We went to that would work. We went to speak with the guards, and instead of finding guards to speak with, we found undead. Works for me.
Having this conversation on your way to the City of the Dead, traffic is fair in the Sea Ward and even in the Northern Ward. You pass a couple shops that seem to be near their closing time. You see that there is the Bent Nail, the Steam and Steel, one of my favorites, Corleone's Crown. There is a strange Tiger Eye shop. Seems to be about the size of an apartment, but seems to have garish dressing around the windows. And you see Bookworm's Treasure.
Yseult screams.
Draconic mouth holding a book in it.
Yseult screeches to a halt and is like, we should wait and go till after dark, correct?
I mean, it is going to be after dark by the time we arrive.
Should we give it some time, maybe? Find something, to
The
do
door
for an.
opens and a gold a gold dragonborn comes out, waves at you, and turns the open side to closed.
And Yseult just deflates. What's it called? What's the store called?
The Bookworm's Treasure. WYRM. Worm's
I
Treasure.
love it. That's a good one. That's such a good one. Tell you what. We execute well on this, and help my friend Virtue out. You can spend all the time you want in there before we head back to Candlekeep.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Smiles and nods and points the way toward the high walls that surround the city of the dead.
If y'all could only see my bookshelf, you would understand.
You find your way to the gates of the city of the dead. The sun has just passed beyond the reaches of light, and the whole city is cast into shadows. Night is just around the corner, and you see the last lingering mourners leaving through the gate that you have approached through. With that, you see that there is no one else visible from here. But the gates remain open, and the flames, the small flame torches inside, turn green.
Okay, so if we can slip in, like after those mourners file out, and then perhaps I've got non-detection as a spell, which is not a concentration spell, so I can cast it on each of us, and it lasts for 8 hours, which would protect us from scrying.
Okay.
It protects you from divination magic. So if there's anything in here that's supposed to allow them to perceive the area, that would protect us from it.
The last thing you see is nearby. You see a couple of working hands. They have wheelbarrows and they have shovels. And it seems as if they're waiting in the open, because as I've kind of done this story once before, they thought they were grave diggers.
Yeah.
They're waiting in the open. They seem to be going to either manage something or move dirt to and from. They seem to be waiting, and they do not look confident.
They look worried.
They do look a bit worried, like, why do we have to go do this at night?
Okay, I like it, and I see the angle here. Do you see the angle here?
I see the angle here.
Okay, let's work that angle.
We kill them.
Let's absolutely work this angle.
We kill them! I think you have us mistaken for a different pair of adventurers.
What are you guys doing in here? We gotta bury these bodies.
Quick, before they become undead.
Yeah, we gotta get them in there quick. Go, go.
So, let's approach these people, I think. Offer them a way out of their troubles.
You see that? Go ahead.
I'm like saying, sounds good to me.
You see that it is a group of 4, and they appear to be dwarves. As you approach, they kind of right themselves, and one kind of picks his head up and looks and says, "Hey, can we be helping you?"
I'm actually thinking that we might be able to help you. You are the crew that puts things back to rights at night, are you not?
Aye, we recently had someone interred today, and we need to go fill their hole.
Now, forgive me if I'm being a bit forward, but I observed you from over yonder, and you seem a little like it's not the job you want tonight of all nights. Am I right in thinking that?
He says, "If you seen shivering, merely that it's cold. We didn't dress for fall weather. That's all. But you know."
No, I know what you mean.
Sure.
That chill set in a bit early this year.
I not afraid of any ghosties. After all, They can't touch us, and we can't touch them. We let them be, and they'll let us be.
Indeed. Now, I'm
He
wondering...
sounds so confident.
So confident. I'm wondering if your boys wouldn't prefer to get themselves a nice body-warming drink and some good clothing for leaving that duty to myself and my compatriot here. I am a cleric, and so am versed in the rights and the duties of such a task, and I would be happy to take it over for you on this night, since you seem like you would prefer to be elsewhere, and I would not tell anyone that you didn't do what you had been asked to.
Roll a persuasion with advantage, so long as you're offering to pay them.
I am offering to pay him.
Give it with advantage.
Okay.
5.
Is there anything I have done today that would earn me inspiration, because these dice are not happy?
What's your total?
I mean, my total is 8.
I have a 5. I rolled a 4 plus 1.
Yeah. With advantage, the dice came up a 3 and a 2.
Get new dice. Switch those out.
I did switch. I switched them out just now because the other ones were bad. All of them are bad. They're all bad today.
Start believing in your dice.
I can't. They don't give me reason to.
People were saying instead of dice jail, they need like a dice relaxation lounge where they can sit out all their stress so they can roll better.
Sit there and kind of massage your dice.
All right. So we barely made that one. I'm gonna give him. There. You said there's 4 dwarves.
7 years ago.
I've got 90. I'm just gonna give them.
I got it. That was really good.
I'm gonna give them 3 gold each. Should get them a nice meal and a warm jacket.
They'll take that gold and he'll say, "We'll be back before sunrise." He winks at you.
We'll have everything done so you don't have to worry about it none.
He pulls out a piece of parchment. It's a list of graves that need to be filled and graves that need to be repacked. On the other side, there is a map that points where they're at.
It'll be done. Don't you worry.
The map that you have it's got a fair detail of the main paths around the city of the dead, but there are markings that indicate where mass burials are, where there's no headstones, and they just bury somebody. Then 100 years later, they bury someone on top of them because they would be decayed enough to just constantly recycle the spot. There's like mass burials, and then there are paid burials that are fairly small, but they'll have headstones. And then there's an area that has mausoleums for well-paid families, for legacy families.
All right. I have made this agreement, and I want to maintain the ruse, so I would start by actually doing some of the tasks, maybe half of them, before going and seeking out this, the place where we think that, Engelhart would be.
And I will definitely help with those tasks to get them done as soon as possible so that, we can at least, so that there's no suspicion on us or the group, or the group of dwarves either.
Perfect.
Okay. As you head in and actually start doing some of the work, this will take you a couple hours, but you still have a very long night due to being fall. Give me a Constitution saving throw for the both of you.
I really need to take resilience. I got a 14.
Whew. 17.
Okay, you're both okay. As you're getting into this work, it starts becoming more and more exhausting. And you might come to the point of like, it's been a couple hours, we're done. This is enough.
All right. So, yeah, once we're there, we're going to go find, using his lovely map that he gave me, Engelhart's burial site, which is probably a mausoleum.
As you have been about the city of the dead, as the night grows longer and longer, as you've been filling graves and taking dirt from nearby trees and transporting it, you have indeed seen small floating lights that, even from where you have been, you see them occasionally rise from the grave. Just small orbs. And as they float around, as they float past you, you hear whispers come from them. Small, breathy whispers. And in some areas, they seem to congregate, seem to find small packs. Others just seem to drift lifelessly across this large plain of these graves. And others you see begin to move towards an area, go behind a tree, and out from the other side comes a ghastly, ghostly figure that walks over to a grave, wraps its ethereal arms around it, and places its head on top. You see the afterlife of the city of the dead. Some you see yell and screech at you, though they never cross past some graves. Others just lay on the side of their grave. Others just wander around. But the whole time, your ears are filled with distant whispers, whispers of walls, of judgment, of the sun, of cold nights, an eternal life. They just whisper and float around you. A chilling hour or two goes by, and you eventually come to these mausoleums. And as you look over some of them, as you look deeper into these large stone, beautiful structures, there are no orbs there. None even go near them.
Only the neglected graves.
Pretty much. Katie?
Katie?
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Phew. No, I was sitting and listening
Oh, okay. Sorry.
to
It was
the
just
very deep description of the graves and the ghosts around them and the.
okay.
There was like a little noise. I think both Dan and I thought that you had tried to say something.
No, it was kind of a sigh as I was thinking of what to do.
So with that, you're standing in front of dozens of these beautiful mausoleums. What would you like to do?
See if we can locate the Weston Mausoleum family grave.
All right. I will take perception checks as you move about.
I did not roll that well.
I got a 15.
I rolled mine into another pile of dice, so it was cocked and had to re-roll. Perception?
Yes.
Dirty 20.
Nice. With that, the both of you are able to locate the Weston Mausoleum. I had an encounter here if you guys failed this check, but man,
I was entirely expecting to fight a ghost or something.
yeah, I had a wraith lined up, and I was like,
Oh, Lord.
No, you guys got it.
I wouldn't say no to a fight.
You make it one. So with that, you do find the mausoleum itself. As you approach it, you see that it has been well kept, and there is carved to the top the signet of the western beach shore, looking over an ocean with a compass inside of a compass.
That was the symbol that the lawyer fellow had.
Yes.
Can I or can I have cast non-detection Actually, I think once we finished our duties, I would have cast non-detection.
Non-detection on both of us, yeah.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
It takes 1 action to do it. It's a 3rd level spell, and it's non-concentration. It lasts 8 hours.
That's fine.
Just the quick rundown is you hide a target that you touch from divination magic. The target can be willing creature, or place, or an object no larger than 10 feet in any dimension. The target cannot be targeted by any divination magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors. So even if somebody's already got scrying sensors here, we would be invisible to them.
Okay, let me see. Okay, what do you guys... I'm going to look up a spell real quick to see how that's going to interact, but what do you guys want to do now?
I wanted to descend into the mausoleum and locate this man's body.
The door is locked. It seems to be a thin iron gate. It is locked.
You're not practiced at picking locks, are you?
No, I'm unfortunately not. I'm looking to see if I have any spells that'll... I have an unseen servant that I can cast on a ritual. I don't know if he can pick locks.
No.
I have a mage hand.
I can calm the emotions of the door and maybe it will open.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Oh no! Well, the thing is, actually, it's funny you should say that, because really, the only way to open, if we have a locked door that we can't get through, we just have to talk to it, because communication is key.
Disadvantage. Just disadvantage. Fuck, man.
Lose 50 experience.
You don't get to level up.
Come on, we can't have D&D without bad puns. It's just not right.
I'm gonna use that abomination sometimes. That was actually really funny. I actually really liked that. That was a really good Open the door, I'll talk to in communications.
Be ashamed. Command, commune. I can dispel magic if it's a magical lock. Got identify? Yes, I have identify. And I can cast it ritually, so it only takes 11 minutes. Identify might let me know if there's anything special about how to open the lock beyond needing a key.
What do you guys want to do?
I want to cast Identify on this lock as a ritual. It'll take 11 minutes, but we've got all night here. Because that will tell me if there are any spells affecting the lock.
The door is protected by an arcane lock.
Let's see. If it is a magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement, how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting it and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. Huh. I just have this memory that, like, if something required a password or something, Identify told you what the password was, but I don't see that written here, so...
Not to my knowledge. That is not fun that way.
Well, if only we had knock. Arcane lock. You said it's a thin iron gate, huh?
Yes.
And...
which is why it's so odd that it was hard to open.
Eldritch Sight, I can detect magic.
It's magic as fuck, dude.
Oh.
And I can tell you that the fucking magic as fuck, is arcane lock. It's super arcane locked.
Yeah, I think it's abjuration, honestly.
Yeah, I think arcane lock is abjuration.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I thought detect magic will tell you what kind, so abjuration.
Yeah, but identify tells you what the spell is, so I'm able to also just say, that's Arcane Lock. We need either to be the right person, have the password, or some other way of getting through it, which we don't know. Or we need to bust it, and it is now a magically strengthened item, but that would also give up the game. Or would it?
Come on, Arcane Lock, easy answer.
I mean, knock would get through an arcane lock.
Yeah, but I don't have knock, do you?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna try Dispel Magic.
Okay, go ahead and
That
roll.
actually is the easy answer, so.
Yeah, but, alright. Let me lay this one out for you.
What is it? Occam's razor? That's the
Yeah,
that's the easiest answer.
is usually correct.
Yeah.
The one that the answer that requires the fewest assumptions is usually the
Yeah.
correct one.
Our Dispel Magic will automatically dispel the lock.
Cool. It will. I wanted to present this first. Here's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
If the door was opened and the lock was undisturbed, one would believe that a family member or someone close to was in there. If the door was beaten down, one could understand that a thug, such as a pirate, had done it. If the lock is gone and the pirate is not known to have magic, he could have associates or someone else is involved. That's the only little Occam's razor bit I want to insert into our consideration before I do this.
Point. Oh God. I have a ring of the ram.
You want to bash it down?
Well, if you would like to blame it on pirates and thugs, I have a ring that can do that for you.
Well, our purpose here is to make it, implausible that his claim to lineage is, true and accurate.
So if there's evidence that someone tampered with the body...
And it was him, it could be that he was trying to prevent others from finding out that his claim was, illegitimate.
I like the way you think.
Thank you.
Now, the question is, do we dispel the lock before breaking the gate down, or would that show up in an investigation?
If person comes, the item can be torn away, so like a locked door could be torn away from its frame. It would still be arcane locked. So the spell would be undisturbed. But you would break the area around. Basically, that door is adhered to these walls, and those walls are what's gonna break, not the door or the spell.
Right. Okay, so then... Should I guess I'm using my Ring of the Ram to thug down the weak points.
Yeah, perhaps aim for the stone or the metal that it's slotted into, because those parts will not be affected. Those are what's going to give. The door itself is reinforced now.
So I'm going to aim, let's see, I have 3 charges. It's a +7 attack with 2d10 force. But then if you want to break something, it's +5. You do it with +5 strength.
Nice.
So I guess it's a d20 roll +5 to break +5 strength to break something.
So give me a strength check with the ring.
So do I add my modifier to the +5? Because then that makes it a +4. Because I have a -1.
No, it would be the ring alone.
Okay. Please roll well.
I have +3 strength.
That is going to be a 21.
Nice.
Not enough.
To get the hinges. Not enough?
You got 2 more charges?
The ram comes out and barrels against it, but a shimmer comes out. It seems the arcane lock itself, the magic of it, is repelling the force.
Wow, nice. I'm actually gonna marvel.
That is a good arcane lock.
I like that. Alright, use 2 more, aim for the walls again, see if you can miss the door enough that it doesn't try and stop you.
If you use both of those charges, I'll give you advantage.
Like, use both of them at once?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to use both the charges. I'm going to go for the part that's attached to the wall and not to the door, so that I'm hitting the wall and not the spelled part.
So you want to try and just blow through the wall.
Well, I mean, so like the wall is going to be where it connects is going to be the weak point, but if the door itself has the arcane lock,
Right.
the weak point on the door is not going to budge, but the weak because of the lock, but the
Yeah.
weak point on the wall is another story entirely. Kind of like when something is screwed in so well
Yeah.
that when you pull it out, it's like the screw is still on the object but not on the wall, or it's like it pulls a piece of the wall with it, sort of
Exactly.
thing.
Okay.
Like the command hooks that pull the piece of the wall with it when I try to take them off my wall and leave these big, huge, nasty holes in the paint.
And I'm just gonna say, don't worry if it works or not. Just make sure you leave a mark.
Okay. Give me a
Right.
roll.
So with advantage, I'm glad there was advantage there. It's going to be an 18.
Okay. With an 18, you are unable to break it loose. However, you do destroy the stone around it to the point that you could actually see the hinges. It looks like someone has just been bearing again. That looks exactly what you were doing. It's severely damaged on the side with the hinges, but the hinges seem to be magically held in place because of the lock.
Nice.
But it looks like someone's fucking went to town on this thing.
Perfect. And now, if the door is still not actually openable, then I would cast Dispel Magic.
As you cast a spell magic, it automatically works due to spell level,
Yep.
and the door just falls right down. Now that the hinges aren't
I was just holding it to the wall at this point.
Mhm.
Alright, I love it. It's perfect. Good. We're gonna go down. I'm gonna spend my 3rd level spell slot. Oh, I'm out of 3rd level spell slots.
Oh wait, but we need one for Speak with Dead, don't we?
I can upcast.
Oh, that's right.
As you begin to
can't
make your
upcast.
way down the stairs, it goes down a fair distance, maybe 10 feet at most. And as soon as you get to the bottom, you see that there are small torches on the wall. They seem to be only semi-lit, as if they were permanently slowly burning. The light is fairly shaded. Excuse me. The dim light goes out about 10, bright for 5, and you can't tell how deep. All right, let me get to the correct page here.
I was going to say I have Devil's Sight, if that helps.
I'm a human.
Yeah, so then it's really just gonna be Johann who's having a hard time seeing.
I also have Light as a cantrip if he needs it.
Right. What do I have? I have Thaumaturgy, so I can change the color of flames.
Yeah, they're blue. As you come walking down, there we go. As you come walking down, you hear something rustling somewhere further into the crypt.
Oh,
This is gonna be fun. I am prepared to cast Spirit Guardians.
So I'll have you guys roll me a perception check.
Alright.
oh boy.
Come on. Big money. Big money, no whammies. That's a whammy. 13.
22.
With a 22, a 13, Johann, being having your being inhibited by some of the darkness, with your devil sight, Yseult, you see that on top of some of the coffins, the stone coffins that you are coming to approach, you see that sitting on top of them there appears to be the strange winged monkey-bodied with human face creatures with long claws and gnashing teeth.
I don't
From
like
where
that.
you're at, you could see about 5 of them, but you see 3 of them have slightly moved.
So she very quietly says to Johann, like she very quietly describes these monkey creatures with human faces and how 3 out of the 5 have moved.
Can't see a thing. Did you see them move?
My patron grants me vision in the dark. I'm very sure I saw them move. Now,
No,
I
I
can-
meant, did you see them move, or do they seem to have moved?
That's actually a good question.
Just
like
as you were looking around, you just kind of seen like one of the hands maybe shift over a little bit more, or one of the feet kind of angle and shift the weight.
Gotcha.
I know what this
Basically,
is.
they're fidgeting.
Uh,
It looked like they were readjusting their position.
Alright then. I don't like that at all. Can you
I
keep it?
have light that I can cast if you need it.
Well, I think that it would probably be a good idea. We are protected from scrying here, so even if there's a creature here that can see us and deal with us, anybody else would not have any record or warning that we are here.
I just had a great idea that I actually am borrowing from a book.
Oh boy. Let's do it.
I was gonna say, for the light cantrip, let me double check if I can control how bright it is, because what I could
It
do
sheds bright
is,
light for 20 and then dim light for 20. As far as I know, you can't control that.
No, I don't think.
because if Johann,
You can cover it though. Like if you put it on like a coin or something and I close it in my palm, I can cover it completely and the light will still be there, but it won't be lighting anything up.
it's a bright light, but like the question is how bright, because the what I was gonna do is basically have Johann turn his face away for a moment and then cast light to see if I could catch them off guard enough to kind of blind them, as it were. So, like, basically, because you know how if you're in the dark and someone casts a bright light at you or shines a flashlight in your face and that sort of thing? Basically, I wanted to try using that effect on these creatures.
I think that's a good idea. So what I'm going to have you do is that you can kind of illustrate that to Johann. Go ahead and roll me a deception as to not make it look like you're doing something. A deception or stealth as to not make it look like you're purposely doing something with a plan.
That's gonna be deception because I have no stealth, pretty much.
You are amazing at deception.
So yeah, I'm a very deceptive one. So +9 is gonna be 21.
Okay, fucking blew that up. All right, so you're able to cast on a coin and throw it as it just bursts into light right over where kind of right between where the three gargoyles are at. What is your spell save DC? They're gonna make Constitution saving throws against it.
17.
Okay, I got a 16 and I have a 17. So one is going to pass, and the last one is going to be a 9. So 2 of 3 of them are blind. Roll for initiative.
Woo!
Yeah.
They'll be blind for 1 round.
I like it. Initiative. I got a 10.
I got a 16.
Okay. With that, Yseult, we're starting with you at the top of the order. The gargoyles, 2 of them have pulled their hands to their eyes and they let out this stony screech, and the other one has pulled his wing from his face and has opened with a loud hiss. What would you like to do?
Real quick, I just realized something. Since I used all 3 charges for my Ring of the Ram, do I have to roll to see if it survives, or is that just for wands?
In the morning, you have to.
Okay, roll to see if it, and then on a 1 it disintegrates. Okay. Let's see. So 2 are blind, 1 is hissing at me. Oh, wait, I thought there were 5 in total?
There were 5. 5 of them are there, but only 3 of them move.
Gotcha. That's neat. I am going to Eldritch Blast, and I'm going to direct because it's 2 beams now that I
Mhm.
each roll an attack for. So 1 beam at each of the blind ones.
Okay.
Oh
Go
wait,
ahead.
would I make my attack with advantage since they're blinded?
Yes. Yes, you
Okay,
would.
so okay, so the first ray is gonna be a natural 20 and a 15.
Okay. Obviously, we'll hit.
So the nat 20, it's gonna be, instead of 1d10, 2d10 because of a crit, +5 because I have agonizing blast. So that is gonna be 16 force damage.
Nice.
And then the second ray on the second blinded one, A 19 and 9 is going to be 28.
All day and all night.
And that's going to be a d10 plus 5. So 7 force damage on that one.
All right. That one takes the hit hard, but the other one is starting to lose some of its stony exterior. That'll take us down to Johann.
Okay. I wish to begin by targeting the one she just hit. And I want to use Toll the Dead, for which is a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
DC 15, what's your wisdom?
My Wisdom's a 16.
8 and 4 is 12. Okay.
Okay. That is going to fail. I have a 7 plus 0. Fail.
Okay. And since it is hurt, it's going to take the 2d12.
Nice. I love Toll the Dead.
Ugh, but I rolled for crap, so it's only going to be taking 10 points of necrotic damage.
That's a lot after it's just taken 16, so not bad. All right, you have movement and bonus action.
Okay.
So
I want to close the distance to the coin so that I'm close to the light source.
Okay.
Which I believe is nearby them anyway.
Yes.
And bonus action. What have I got for bonus actions that would be useful here? I'm gonna use a spiritual weapon.
Okay.
I'm going to focus fire on this guy, so I'm gonna summon a spiritual.
I was remembering the rules, and you can do that because the other spell was a cantrip. So
Yes.
Go ahead and make the attack. Yseult, was there anything you want to do with movement and bonus action?
I mean, there's nothing I can really do in a bonus. Well, I want to save my bonus action in case I'm attacked, because that way I can use Hellish Rebuke and everything will go really nasty.
Excellent.
Is the one that I'm attacking the blinded one or the not blinded one?
It will be blinded.
Cool, so that means I have advantage on this melee spell attack.
Yes.
Cool.
So I'm just gonna step up and keep within sight of Johann, so that if he needs the healing light. I mean, I know he has his own healing spells, but
The fewer spell slots I spend on this, the more I have to use on everything else we need to do.
You're
exactly
10 feet away from him, so.
I got a 16 to hit with the spiritual weapon.
That hits. Roll damage.
Okay.
It's one person I can see within 60 feet of me, so as long as you're in my line of sight.
That is going to be 11 points of force damage.
Okay. Damn, this thing is fucking shredded. It is its turn, and it is looking for. It's looking to try and revenge itself. Peering through the spots and dots in its eyes, it sees the vague shape of someone standing nearby it. This is the one that you have been attacking, Johann. It is going to lunge at you, and it is going to try and attack with disadvantage.
Okay.
That is going to be a 3 plus 4, and the next one is going to be a 7 plus 4.
Those will both miss.
It swings and desperately tries to get at you and is going to fail. The one that has free sight is going to leap up, and it is going to make 2 attacks against Yseult. The first one is going to be an 8 plus 4, 12.
Not gonna hit.
And the next one is going to be a 17.
That will hit.
Okay. It brings its stony maw down to bear on you, but you're able to move out of the way. However, you do fall into its claws, taking 5 points of slashing damage as its heavy stone wings somehow bear it to fly. With that, the other blind one is going to leap out after Johann, making disadvantaged attacks. I'm looking at a 14 max.
Nope.
Damn it, a 19 and a 6. So you are being basically flanked by these critters. However, their eyes are beginning to clear out. Yseult, it is your turn. You have an enemy within 5 feet.
Okay. Oh, so if I attack anybody else.
If you attack anything, so any ranged attack, meaning anything you have to roll for that is not a melee attack, is going to be a disadvantage. No matter
Any
who
ranged attack is at disadvantage
Yeah,
if
no
there's
matter
an
who
enemy
it's
within
targeting.
5 feet of me?
Yep. if there's an enemy within 5 feet of you.
Yeah, because
Oh.
he's trying to hurt you, and
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so even if you target him, it's still a disadvantage.
Okay, let's see. In that case, and the one who had his sight wasn't hit yet, correct?
he was not hit yet, but they all have their sight back.
Right.
In that case, and I believe the spell is a bonus action, but let me double check on that. Shadow Blade, I believe it's a bonus action to summon.
Yeah, I think so. That was one of those new cantrips that had come out.
No, it's level 2 in Xanathar's. It is, yes, second level illusion.
My app.
Yeah, bonus
It's
action concentration up to a minute.
Okay.
You're
Uh,
casting it at 5th level.
Yeah, and I'm casting it at 5th level. So, yeah. So bonus action to summon the Shadow Blade in my hand. When I use this, oh well, we're not in dim light or darkness currently, so.
Depending on where the coin is, you might be in dim light.
You would
I'm
be
10
in dim
feet.
light.
I'm in dim light.
Oh, if you're 10 feet away, no, you're not. No, you're not in dim light. You're right. You're right. My mistake.
Okay. Because I was gonna say in dim light I would attack with advantage. So let's see. Counts as a simple melee weapon with which you are proficient. So that is my dex, I believe. Or would it be strength?
We'll go with Dex.
Yeah. All right.
Auto
Oh, it
show.
is. Oh, that's right. It has the finesse, light, and
Yeah.
thrown. So it is dex. Okay. I haven't
It
used this spell
can
in
be dex
ages.
if you want it to be.
I haven't used this in ages. So this is going to be a 17 to hit.
Roll damage.
That's going to be 4d8 psychic. Oh, I do so love being a warlock.
How the hell are gargoyles not
Immune to psychic damage? Because I guess they've been given sentience, so they have a mind.
I guess.
They have feelings that can get hurt.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm currently running combat in my Tuesday game against a homebrewed monster I created, and one of the things it does is psychic damage, and the wizard has taken the brunt of the psychic damage from this thing, but he's an abjuration wizard, and according to the book, he just can use his abjuration shield to absorb any damage he takes.
Yep.
So even though it's a physical shield, he's blocking psychic damage with it.
What's your
That's
damage?
hysterical. I rolled pants, so 12 psychic.
Okay. That's all
But
right.
now I have a shadow sword in my hands.
12's still a decent number.
You have your bonus action and movement if you want it.
No, my bonus action was the casting of Shadow Blade. Casting time, 1 bonus action.
And if you move, it's gonna smack you.
Yeah.
And and if I move, it's gonna smack me. I have to see
Johann.
if Warcaster gives me.
No.
Warcaster gives you advantage on
On
concentration checks to not lose spells, and it lets you use a cantrip that targets one creature in place of a
In
melee
place
attack
of an
for
attack of
opportunity.
opportunity. Yeah, I was gonna see if it had anything for range, but I think that's a completely different thing.
Yeah. Johann.
Yo!
I don't know if I even have that feat anymore.
Combine Warcaster with a cleric that uses a spears that he can hit things at 10 feet away.
Okay, crossbow expert is the one that being within 5 feet of a hostile creature does not impose disadvantage.
Okay, so they are both right on top of me.
Yes.
Excuse me. I've got a bunch of first level spells, and I've still got 2 second level spells, but I'm gonna be a little bit careful with those. Where is Inflict? I can upcast Inflict Wounds. I'm gonna upcast Inflict Wounds. Second level.
Remember, we do need at least something to speak with the dead.
Yeah.
Oh wait, upcast it to second level. Never mind.
Upcast it to second level. That's fine. So I am going to drop Inflict Wounds on the one that we've been beating the crud out of. That is a melee touch attack. It no longer is blinded, so that's just 1d20. I got a 19 on that d20, though.
Roll damage.
And at this level, Inflict Wounds is 40-10.
You reach forward and touch one of its toesy woesies.
that's going to be 13 and another 7. 20 points of necrotic damage.
You grab onto its toesy woesy, and it turns to dust, and the rest of it follows suit, and it falls in a pile before you.
Nice. And then I'm going to use my bonus action to, and my move action to move the blade over to the next closest target, and use the bonus action to attack that.
Okay, give it a roll.
Yeah, spiritual weapon. That is going to be a... What do I get for plus at this level? Where's spiritual? I think it's a +7. Spiritual weapon. It is a +7, so it's an 18.
18 will hit.
Okay, that is still going to be the 1d3. 6 points of force damage.
All right. As the... This guy. Okay. That was 6, you say?
6 points of force damage.
Okay. As the spiritual weapon slings over and crashes into it, more stones begin to rain forward off of it. It is going to attempt to retaliate, but it is going to miss its bite, but it is going to claw through parts of your armor, dealing you 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
6 points of bludgeoning.
The one in front of Yseult is going to make 2 attacks. I have a 17 and a soft 20.
Both of those are going to hit. I'm debating whether or not to use my bonus action to hellish rebuke it. You know what? It's fine. I have healing light. I'll take both.
Well, in any case, it is going to be able to sink its teeth down into you and then pull away with its claws, taking a good chunk of your robe with it. You are going to be taking 8 points of piercing damage.
Was that for both attacks?
Yes.
Okay.
Back to the top of the order. It is your turn again. And you just have to give me 2 concentration checks against 10.
Oh, that's right. And I have advantage on those because Warcaster. So that's going to be a 10 plus... Is it my spellcasting my...
Constitution.
Oh. So 10 into 12 would be my concentration check there.
And I need 1 more.
And then the second one... I literally rolled the exact same thing. So 12. Even with advantage. Okay.
It's back up to your turn.
So I'm going to use my Shadow Blade to attack the thing that's been clawing and biting at me. And I rolled a nat 1.
Wah, wah. All right.
That's the first time the Yseult dice has been nasty to me all night.
It is going to be able to deftly dodge out of the way. Bonus action and movement?
Nah. Oh wait,
right.
Bonus action, I'm going to use my healing light dice. So I'm going to heal myself up by, let's say, 3d6.
Go ahead and do that. I'm going to move over to Johann.
Oh god, only 5.
Alright, I'm going to cast a cantrip at the one that I just hit with my spiritual weapon. I'm going to do Toll the Dead, and then I'm going to move into melee combat with it, and then I'm going to hit it with the spiritual weapon again. So, Toll the Dead is a DC 15.
It is going to crit.
Suck it. So it's not going to take any damage from that. I'm going to move into combat, melee combat with it, and then I'm going to roll for the spiritual weapon. And that's an 11.
That's going to miss.
Okay. That's it for me.
Okay, it is going to try and swing in on you, being attacked by both of your magic and your spiritual powers. It is, however, too distracted trying to dodge your weapon. Its bite and its scratch is unable to connect with you. However, as the next one moves in to continue its assault, it is going to be my lowest against you is going to be that you get for bad puns. Against armor class is my lowest for assault. You said
yeah, 15 is lowest. They're gonna hit, and
no, 14 is my
oh,
lowest.
14. That's still my armor class. So go ahead, but then I'm gonna see about hellish rebuking them.
With another devastating bite and scratch, you're going to take 11 points of damage as this thing
Ooh.
seems to have found a sweet spot. I can give you the dex save, but I do need concentration on your blade afterwards.
Let me do the concentration first. Advantage because Warcaster. So that's going to be a 13.
Good.
Hellish Rebuke. I want to say that's like a cone and not a.
It's a reaction.
No, I meant the casting
Oh,
space is like
It's just a direct shot, I think.
momentarily surrounded by hellish flames. You're correct. So it's okay. I don't want to waste it on just one creature because at this level it would be like, let's see,
I mean,
70-10 or something ridiculous.
doesn't it only hit one creature? I'm
Oh no,
confused.
60-10, 60-10. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't want to waste it. I only have one other more spell slot.
Right.
So
Okay, waste the spell slot. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant waste the spell. I'm like, but this spell can only ever do that.
I would rather use it on something a lot bigger than a gargoyle and in a lot more desperate of a situation.
That's totally fine. I was just misunderstanding.
Yeah, and I was misspeaking because I forgot.
your turn.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. So I still have my Shadow Blade, so I'm going to attack with that and hopefully not roll pants. I rolled pants.
We're both rolling so many pants tonight.
Maybe I should give this D20 a break and roll another D20
It
for a little
appears
bit.
some sort of tailor has broken in here.
An ancient Greek tailor walks into ancient Greek man walks into a tailor shop holding a torn pair of pants. Guy looks up and said, "Euripides?" Other guy says, "Yeah, Eumenides."
That's fucking terrible.
Yep. She's on a roll tonight. Nothing can stop her.
No shit.
Can't stop, won't stop.
All right, what'd you roll to
Cannot
hit?
stop the power of pun. I rolled like 10.
No, it misses. Bonus action?
Nope.
Johann, what do you got?
Alright, let's find out what I got. I'm gonna smack it upside the head with my big ass mace.
All right.
And that's going to be a 10.
Missed.
And then my spiritual mace is gonna smack it up the backside of its head, and that's gonna be a 16.
16 will hit.
Oh, hey. Okay, that's going to be... Where did my d8 go? There it is. That's going to be 9 points of force damage.
Okay. Take us down to there. All right, this one is getting less and less confident. However, it is made to obey. So as it's slowly turning to dust, it is trying to keep up its assault. It is, however, not doing well against you. My best roll against you was a 15.
A 15 will not hit me.
Okay. You are able to keep it off of you with your shield. However, Yseult, I have a 14 against armor class for its scratch.
That's gonna hit.
And that'll only be 3 points of damage.
Okay.
And that will go back up to you. Oh, concentration check.
Oh, right. It's gonna be 17.
You're good. Your turn.
Alrighty. I'm going to swing with my Shadow Blade again on this one that seems to really like me. And I'm still gonna roll pants. My God.
What?
Maybe I should just stop with the Shadow Blade.
We started off really strong and we've just been slowly
and
dying.
wasting it since. 12.
Miss.
Yeah, no.
Bonus action.
So I'm not gonna. There's nothing I can really do on a bonus action. So.
Johann.
Are you bloodied or below right now, Yseult?
I'm at 44 out of 66. So.
Okay, not bloodied yet. Alright. Just wanted to know. Alright, I am going to try again with the mace. Do this. Smack it. That is a crit! That is a crit!
That is excellent. All right.
So, my mace on a crit gets to deal 2d6 plus 3.
Now, is your mace magic at all?
It isn't. It's just a regular old mace. But I can make it so with a Channel Divinity, which I didn't do. No, I can't. I'm not that kind of cleric.
What do we got?
We have... Actually, not half bad. That's going to be 11 plus 3 is 14. Non-magical bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Despite it kind of not taking all of it, you still chunked off a good portion of its body. It seems to be very weak despite how well it took that blow.
Alright, that was a 6 and a 5, so that was almost as good as I could do. I'm pretty happy with that. So then, Spiritual Weapon Mace. That's going to be an 18 to hit, so that'll hit.
Roll damage.
It's going to be 7 points of force damage.
It is nearly still flying.
Damn!
In fact, it actually is forced to land.
Resilient little buggers, aren't they?
In its desperation,
Oh,
it is
too
going
much.
to try and gnaw at your waist.
Ah!
15 is the best I've... Actually, it's a 16.
A 16?
Yeah.
Total.
Yes.
Oh, man. That's going to miss. I have 18.
Shame. Okay. That is going to go to the one against Yseult. And that is going to be a 17 total. It's going to be a 10 and a 17.
I should have been fighting yours. We should have swapped.
Yeah.
But
I'm
this
tempted
one,
to use that spell slot.
with the scratch, it's going to dig deep. It is going to get through your robes and take a good chunk off your side. 8 points max of piercing and slashing damage.
All right. So at this point, I'm gonna make a concentration check, and then I'm gonna need that bratty little booger to make a dex save. DC. All right. So let me roll my concentration check. And there goes my spiritual weapon. I got a 5. No,
Wait,
my
did you
spiritual
roll with
weapon, my
advantage?
shadow blade. Oh, that's right. With advantage. With advantage. Okay.
Warcaster.
Okay. Now that's right. Warcaster. So dirty 20. So I do have my shadow blade, and I need him. I need the little gargoyle to
5.
roll a dex save. DC 17. 5.
Yep, I rolled a 5 and I got no dex for these fellas.
Let's see. Hellish Rebuke is 2d10 on level 1, which is going to make it 6d10 on level 5. So that little booger,
Blow him up.
he gonna burn, baby, burn.
You're
I
going
rolled
to
way
go
better.
full Conan the Barbarian and burn down stone?
Yeah,
Yep.
right?
So
gonna be
that,
Aqua Teen Hunger Force explosion effect.
you better believe it, because it's gonna be 38 fire damage.
That was only 8 points more than you needed. Your call of anguish from the pain reaches out and incites magic around you. Fire leaps from your body and engulfs the creature, and with a stony screech, it burns and a big drop of clay slams onto the ground.
At this moment, I kind of hope somebody does have a scrying sensor in here and is watching this happen as their gargoyles, illuminated by this coin that came from nowhere, just start falling apart and catch fire and are, like, struck with necrotic and force damage from nothing.
So, with only 3 hit points left on the other one, the two of you are quickly able to dispatch it.
Woo!
You are left with the rest of the crypt that, looking forward, goes up about 60 feet to a much wider open to a much wider open area. As you come to approach it, just before you enter, you see that there are bottles on the inside. They have candles sitting on top of them, and what looks like small offerings of coin, family heirlooms, and flowers. In the center, there is a great stone coffin that looks to be freshly carved, as it has not yet darkened with the moisture of the earth around it. You believe that you may have just found Englehart's tomb. What would you like to do?
Extravagant bastards.
Well, are all the other little gargoyles down at this
Yeah.
point?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
you are not assaulted by anything else. Assailed would be a better word.
We are not insulted by anything else. Okay.
You've been doing the assaulting.
We believe
bit.
that this is the right grave, coffin. Is there any marking on there in any language?
There is a small epitaph to Englehart on the bottom of it that you could read as you walk in.
Okay, if the epitaph is to Englehart, I will check it. If it says Englehart, then I'm going to say, alright, I think this is the one.
Are you injured at all?
Very minor injury.
Okay, because I need to heal myself up just a little with
You know,
my
if-
healing light, so I'm gonna use that.
Let me know if you're below bloody, because that usually is visible. I can actually, I think I can, no, wait, can I help with that? What
I
kind
only
of
got myself 7 hit points back. Jeez. It'll do for now.
I've got a bunch of level 1 spells I can still cast. I'll drop a level 1 on you.
Aw, thanks. What is it, a D8 plus?
It is, for me, it is a D8, which I got an 8 on, by the way, so boom, plus 3, so 11 points.
Much better. Now I'm at 54 out of 66. Thank you.
We have the same HP. Like, total, maximum. We have the same max HP.
Adorable.
Aww.
So, how do you guys want to defile this grave?
I guess I'm gonna first just see if I can, like, lift the stone lid of it and slide it sideways to get access to the body. I do have 16 strength.
Give me an athletics.
Okay.
I'd help, but I have not 16 strength.
Put your hands out and go.
Oh! Maximum 23 with a natural 20.
Okay, with a 23, you are able to begin to push the top end of it where his head would be and pivot it enough so that it comes off to reveal the head, but not enough to have the whole stone fall off.
Perfect. Love
I
it.
have an unseen servant that can help you. I just need to cast it with a ritual.
I got 2 crits tonight. I'm pretty freaking happy about that.
Looking inside, you see the pale, cold body of a man. He seems to, though be old and gray, he has not been dead so long that his hair has begun to fall out, though there is some minor bloating. You notice that he is of fair average size with dark hair and very stocky. He looks like a man who, even in his youth, always had a weight on him. But just seeing his arms and how little the skin sags, you think he was probably quite strong.
Alright. Let's do this.
Be careful.
Yeah. 5 questions. Alright, I am going to cast Speak with Dead.
As you cast Speak with Dead over the body, the coffin itself lights up, and in a flash of white, Speak with Dead is dispelled.
We should have tested that. Oh, wait, can I counterspell the enchantment on the coffin?
No, because it didn't cast a spell.
It's an enchantment. Okay.
Okay. Um, I'm going to, if I am allowed to, take the 11 minutes to identify what just happened, just so that I'm sure. I have a pretty sneaking suspicion, but I believe now in investigating.
I also have identify as a ritual. I was gonna say, Eldritch Sight can only detect magic and the type. It can't do anything other than that.
Wait, did your Eldritch say? Well, too late now.
No, I have to actively use it. I
Oh,
can't
okay.
just I can't just look at something and be like, oh yeah, that's magic.
So during the 11 minutes, Yseult, would you like to do anything? Some good old fashioned crime scene investigation?
Yes, I would like to look at as much of the body as I can while it's revealed, and do an investigation check, maybe an arcana check, maybe a history check.
I would look for an investigation and or a medicine, whichever you pick.
It's gonna be investigation then, and that's gonna be an 18.
With an 18, as you look the body up and down, it seems to be decaying and bloating at a reasonable rate. That seems to be okay. That looks right. That looks right. You look over the body and you see a few visible scars and wounds. You look over the fine clothing and family jewelry that he is buried in. However, as you look him over, you see something kind of shining on his tongue.
Oh no. I very, 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 very carefully try to
Stick my
see if I
hand
can.
in the dead man's mouth.
Ew.
Go ahead, put your finger in the dead man's mouth. See what happens.
Ugh.
Sorry.
I cast prestidigitation to clean off my hand. No, I don't have prestidigitation.
I cast emotional repression and then put my hand in his mouth.
I cast Mage Hand. I use Mage Hand to very carefully open his mouth.
You open his mouth and there is the expected smell of rot and decay. But with the light provided here, you see better. The shimmering appears to be on his tongue, as if it's coating his tongue.
Eldritch Sight to detect magic.
It is not magic.
I wonder if there's a way to get. Can I use my Mage Hand to collect a sample?
Sure, you can have the mage hand kind of swab the tongue, and as the mage hand comes up to you, roll me an investigation check.
Oh boy. That is gonna be, I believe, a 21.
Johann, you finish your ritual and you find that the coffin has been built and carved with enough runes to offer it the spell Magic Circle. And within the magic circle, targets within the cylinder cannot be charmed, frightened, or possessed. So the
Nice.
body cannot be possessed by a facsimile of its own spirit.
Okay. Cool.
Is that what you thought it was?
It's not necessarily what I thought it was, but it also explains it. I thought maybe it was just some intricate thing to specifically stop Speak with Dead. I thought they were just specifically trying to prevent Speak with Dead, but this is kind of everything, including Speak with Dead.
Yeah, they are. That's just kind of the
Side effect.
Let's get as much as we can.
Yeah.
With a 21, the mage hand reveals flecks of silver.
Is there a history or arcana check I can roll to know what the ritual might be that would have his tongue coated in silver?
Give it a roll.
Arcana or history?
Arcana. Forgive me. Arcana.
Nat 1. Plus 8 is 9.
You can think of a couple things that would silver on a tongue would make someone more charismatic, would allow them to talk a little bit better, but it's weird that it would have burned up after the spell's duration had passed, so you don't think anything like that.
In character, Yseult maybe describes it to Johann so that out of character maybe he could roll an arcana check. Or a history check.
Am I aware if silvering a tongue is a way of preventing Speak with Dead?
Roll me a religion.
An 18.
In 18, I would say no. If the tongue were blessed, but then they would just have blessed the whole damn body.
Right.
And even then, you have it because you've done this before to aid Tikal's body. Even then, if you were powerful enough, you can overcome that blessing.
Yeah, I was just curious what the answer to this was going to be, because my understanding is tongues aren't necessary for Speak with Dead. The only thing that spell specifies is a skull with a jaw.
Right. But the kind of idea is the tongue is the symbolism is hold your tongue and be quiet. Words and symbolism have important places in magic.
All right, we've got a couple of options here. I could. You've got something?
So I've given you guys the breadth of all of the clues.
Yep.
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick because I've been through 3 rum and cokes. And I just need to alleviate that.
Yeah.
Discuss the clues and discuss what's going on.
All right.
And I'll be right back.
So what were you saying about what you could possibly do?
So, first of all, I don't believe that the silver on the tongue is going to affect us in any way, what we're trying to do. I think it was more symbolic than anything. What is going to stop us is the fact that they charmed this entire sarcophagus here against any of my attempts. Now, 2 things, one could try and do a big dispel, which probably wouldn't work since they worked it directly into the stone, or we could remove the body from the box, and then we just need to gauge how much we care about getting it back in there in any semblance of dignity.
I'm thinking.
Because we could just take the body out, and then it would no longer be within the magic circle that this sarcophagus represents. The spell work that they have crafted into the object makes it a magic circle, which
Unless, of course, they have spelled it in such a way that the body cannot be removed, and that would not surprise me either. Would you have enough spell slots to dispel the magic? Oh no, but then they'd know.
If it's worked into the stone, dispel magic may not be able to work if it's permanently affixed. I couldn't use dispel magic to get rid of a permanent teleportation circle. I don't know if it works exactly.
And then they'd know we were here.
Well, they know we're here anyway. What we did up top is they're going to assume, their closest guess is going to be that someone tried to bash down the door and failed, and then had to call in someone with dispel magic to remove the door.
Unfortunately, unseen servant cannot lift things.
To break the spell around the coffin, you would either have to find the source, which it is generating power, or you'd have to basically disassemble the coffin enough to break the connection.
Right. The amount that I moved the lid, is that enough to just grab him by the shoulders and hoist him out?
Sure. Yeah.
Like a fireman's drag.
If we cared, could we also kind of shove him back in that hole?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. I think that's going to be the easiest way to do this. It's definitely the least dignified, but they've left us little recourse. Honestly, this is their fault.
Yseult says a quick prayer of forgiveness to her patron.
Johann says a quick prayer to his patron. Yo, check this shit out.
I'm about to haul a dead guy's ass out of his own box.
Okay.
Alright, I'm just gonna reach in there, grab him. I got 16 strength. I'm just gonna kind of pull him, by his clothing up. Lay him out, a little ways away from the box where you've got a bit of room and some distance, just in case it's not just the stonework or if it's some circle around there as well, so get him a little bit away. And try again. Not for all the marbles, for goddamn most of them. Alright.
Okay.
We're trying it again.
pulling him from his coffin. Honestly, you'd be surprised again how complicated this is and how easy it is to solve. You yank him from his coffin, move him some feet away, and your spell takes hold.
Woo! All right. Now then, we got 5 questions. Why don't we get the obvious one out of the way just so we know we're not wasting our time? I always hate doing that, but I find that that's better than getting fooled into some trap.
Agreed.
Now then, to the body, who is now animated, I am going to ask, are you Engelhart Weston?
The voice comes back, and it says, "The coil stands the name."
Can I get that one more time?
Okay. The coil stands the name.
Okay. I think that means yes.
I think it does too. I think so too.
Is my character more sure than I am?
No, yeah. See, you ask the body's like, "You're doing great.
You're doing great. Cool. Thanks. I love this supportive dead guy.
You almost got it figured out. Oh shit, that was all 5. Okay, that's 1 down.
All right.
Ooh. Should we ask, are you the father of Lionel Weston?
I mean, it's probably deleterious to his house to answer that one, so we'd need to get it probably in another way. But effectively, yes. That is the answer that we seek. We might just have to go.
We also have to ask who killed him and how he died.
That's probably a good place to start, actually. So, yes. Engelhart, how did you die?
Or no, who is responsible for your death?
I'm going to start with, how did you die?
I think that both questions are meritorious.
The tea was the thing. Shining and glittering. The tea.
They poisoned his tea. All right.
Shining and glittering, if his tongue is all silver. I'm wondering if that's a residue. Oh, sorry, let me see that in character. If the tea was shining and glittering, it makes you wonder if the silver on his tongue is a result of poison.
I hadn't thought of that. I thought that the family had done it for some ritualistic reason, but if that is a side effect of the poisoning, or what killed him, if it wasn't some form of poison, that would be another interesting. Alright, I'm gonna go
Silver nitrate. Well, I don't know if they could synthesize that in the Forgotten Realms.
Your third question?
Third question. What is the name of your killer?
I don't know.
Okay. I thought that might be the case. Alright, 2 questions left.
How many sons do you... How many... Oh, no, wait. That could be if he says 1.
Sure. I guess I would say, we could phrase it as, was he free with his seed in his adventuring days, I guess. I mean, even his best friend has admitted that, yeah, he probably did get around and, did this.
Don't ask questions you already have the answers to.
Yeah. You know that.
Come on.
I know, hold on.
I'm here.
Goodness gracious. Undead with a humor.
Hey, he said he was a jovial guy.
He did. I mean, that could work for us.
Yseult, any ideas?
I want to know how he really feels about Briston, but that's not exactly crucial.
I mean, we can
Now
just...
the thing, if you ask if Lionel is his son, he could say yes because of the emotional connection.
It's true, which is why I would phrase it as, did Briston sire Lionel?
Did Briston sire... Oh, that's a good question. We could ask. Did Briston sire Lionel?
Alright. Did Briston, your best friend, sire Lionel?
What? What? I thought he just looked like his mother. What? No!
We've given the ghost anxiety!
No!
Oh shit! He didn't know!
Where'd
no.
you go?
What?
So much for resting in peace, Johann.
Oh, I didn't know! I thought he knew! I thought he knew!
No.
Oh, this is so unfortunate. She was having a tryst with his best friend completely behind his back and let him die. Oh, they're probably...
Or maybe killed him to keep him from finding out.
I mean, it could be. She might have killed him. Okay. 5th question, last one. It's got to be a good one because we need somewhere to go from here. Like, we already kind of knew that, like, it was very likely that so... First rule of establishing power is once you come in and claim it, you then get rid of everyone who has a better claim to it than you. This can work even, especially when you're not rightfully owed that power, so...
Well, the thing is, he just took down that one company. We never really found out why.
Alright, run me through the angle on that.
I mean, the thing is, he was murdered, 3 days after he orchestrated that takedown?
It was pretty recent, yeah.
I mean, granted, that could be a red herring.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, even if we know something about that, like, how do we use it? What we need is something we get. So he didn't know. He didn't know that Briston died his one and only begotten son, as far as he knew. That's interesting. So, good news is probably any will he has indicates that Lionel should inherit. It's very likely he doesn't even know the other person exists. So we
What else? How long does this spell last? You're running out of time.
Yeah. Sorry. Speak with dead. Says grant semblance of life, allowing it to answer questions. It must still have a mouth and can't be undead.
Last question.
I know, I'm trying. 5 questions.
I really just want to ask if Briston was his lover. But
you really want to know if he was in love with his best friend. We don't want to waste
the last question.
Right, we need something here.
We need something that could implicate the pirate.
Do you guys want a hint?
Please.
Yes.
Why?
Why
he was murdered?
Just go with that.
Just ask him why.
That's my hint. Why? That is the question. That is the question that will get that'll get the story to answer. Why? You have to finish the end of that, but it starts with why.
Why do you think someone wanted to kill you? Why would someone want to kill you?
The wife wants her son to inherit.
That's too easy a question. I wouldn't. That'd get you
right.
nothing.
Right.
I'm clever than that. I'm more clever than that.
I know, that's why I was answering it. It's like, that is the why to that question.
Why did you never believe that your son wasn't yours?
She wasn't going to let him believe that because she wanted to inherit.
That's true.
Like, this all comes back to the wife wanting to maintain the fortune. She would lose it if it went to the other son. So, like, that why, we already know that why. It's not got to do with that. It's why.
Why did he never say anything about his dalliances? See, that's just it. My one question be, why did you take down the shipping company? But we don't know if that's related.
Well, the pirate showed up right after he died. Which is very coincidental timing.
It's the question it's the question you tried to figure out earlier.
Now I just kind of want to go to the recording.
Quick instant replay.
Minutes ago.
What? Why would he take down the shipping company? Or the shipwright company?
Further back.
Why would anybody kill him?
Close.
Why is his tongue silver? Why
is his tongue silver?
Why did he not know about...
Go back one.
Go back one from why did he take down the shipping company?
The question before. Johann, you asked it.
Why is his tongue silver?
Exactly.
Alright.
Silver is not poisonous.
Right, silver is not poison.
Silver nitrate is poisonous.
Silver nitrate is not a thing. That's too far ahead.
Alright.
And this was silver shavings.
Alright.
Why is your tongue silver? Why is your tongue silver?
It's the only poison.
Did you say the only poison?
It's the only poison.
He was a werewolf.
They drunkenly went to an island. He got bit by something.
Yeah, and then it disappeared into the night. I have that entire story written down, by the way.
Oh.
Well, that's our last question. He answered it. We need to meet with Virtue. He is going to have a hell of a time.
So, interestingly enough, the original secret that we believed to be the big problematic one is a secret on top of a secret. Ugh.
We need to meet with Ribbon.
All right, so
let's get this by. We're gonna take this guy. I'm gonna put him back in his coffin through the opening that I created. I'm gonna do it as gently and as completely as I can. I know that I don't have the access to the inside to be able to do it well, but I'm gonna do the best job I can.
That's fine. Yeah, you're able to get him back in, cover cover his coffin back up.
I know how we can do it. I know how we can spin it.
Okay, let's meet with Rimmon and tell me your plan then.
So he said the tea is the thing, correct, and that silver is the only poison. Now, let's say for a moment that, what's his name? I have it written down.
Are you looking for Castrol Cartwell?
Yes. Let's say for a moment that Castrol Cartwell knows the secret that he was a lycanthrope. Now, nobles are very good at, let's say, playing pretend, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
So now, if the tea was the thing and he was poisoned, and there's this whole secret that he was a werewolf, and now let's pretend for a moment that Castrol was one of the few who knew about it, then that is a very easy way to pin it on him if the family pretends that they don't. because then only Castro would know that Silva would kill him.
My failure to follow the entire logic is the family counted on to deny that he was a werewolf?
The family would be counted on to deny that he was a werewolf. Correct. Out of character, the lycanthropy laws in the Forgotten Realms, can it be passed on genetically?
Hereditary.
Because that could be another point in their favor. If they withhold the secret that Lionel is not actually his biological son, they could use that in their favor, because they can say, well, look, Lionel's not a werewolf, so
The-
clearly
The
my husband couldn't have been a werewolf.
the curse can be passed genetically if the cursed person, reproduces or
While
Well,
cursed.
then
while they are cursed.
Yeah.
and that second that is works in conjunction with the first one, because if Lionel is not a werewolf himself and nobody else knows that Lionel is Briston's son,
So real quick, for the sake of brevity, we'll say that you all bed down for the night, and you.
Oh crap! There was something I forgot to do.
Yeah. What?
Before shoving him back in there, I have one gruesome task I need to do.
oh no.
What do you got?
I need to take his lower jaw. I need to cut flesh and fat and tissue and take the bone.
Yseult politely excuses herself.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, with that,
Everything else about this I handle with, perfect discretion and as dignified as I can, but I need to take his jaw so nobody else can get this information from him.
You don't have a blade, so you just start working it with the fucking mace.
Yseult has daggers. She kindly hands them both. She kindly hands one of them. No, she hands both of them to Johann and says basically that he can keep them. They're a gift, and says a quick prayer over the body and books it.
So with that, the jaw is removed. You bed down for the night. Come morning, you find yourselves back in Virtue's office, where you have a brief meeting outside where he speaks in front of a few other of his fellow employees, other lawyers and such. He makes a very professional, I am Raymond Virtue. I'm representing the Weston family. You can make your introductions of whom you represent and by what company, and he invites you into his office on a very professional level, keeping up the ruse that you are not working in concert. But with that, he sits at the desk and he says, "You work fast. What have you found?"
Oh, well. We found out more than was promised,
Do tell.
as it were. So we just kind of take turns outlining the entire story,
Go for it.
including should we tell? Well, actually, before we do that, should we tell him the entire story?
He's the one working this case. He needs to know all of the information in order to find a way to spin it. And your way might work, but he might also know things that we don't that will allow him to spin it even better, for all we know.
That's true. And
he's the one who's got to represent it. He needs you to tell him all of the truth, as you had asked of him.
Right. And that, now that I think about it too, it saying, well, Lionel wasn't a werewolf, so that would actually reflect badly. Or it could do an insanity play if the guy claims, oh yeah, he was a werewolf, and is like, well, no, Lionel's not a werewolf, so he couldn't have been, and they could.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. We already.
So we'll say that you have kind of downloaded all the information to him, which you found that
we're
Lionel
gonna rosebud him.
is a bastard child.
The man didn't know that Lionel was a bastard child.
Right, that Engelhart didn't know he was a bastard child, but and are you going to tell him that Engelhart was some sort of lycanthrope?
Yeah, the whole truth. Everything is useful because he needs to find a way to subvert those facts.
Yeah.
He says, on the topic of Lionel's lineage, that's kind of the word that goes around town. You know, I mean, you put them next to
It's
each
a very
other.
public secret.
Listen,
Oh, it's one of
it
those.
unfortunately so. And by truth, I have actually seen Engelhart stand beside his son, looking down into what is so clearly the face of his best friend. And believe it or not, I look in this moron's eyes, and I just seen love for this imposter of lineage.
He,
He might have even been will for it. Maybe his mind pushed it aside. Maybe he didn't care.
to which point Isolde turns to Johann and says, "Now there's really no convincing me that there wasn't some polyamorous triad happening between him, Engelhart, his wife, and his best friend. Now I'm really convinced."
Uh,
I'll
e-
leave that to the hearsay and gossip.
Best not to feed the rumor mill, especially before such an important hearing. But the facts of the case are that Engelhart was a lycanthrope, and he was killed by his wife, who wishes for her son. We believe he was killed by his wife, who wishes for her son to inherit the company, the family name and line, while she continues to live out her
Her day.
indiscretion with his best friend. And you have this man who was conceived out on the seas with an unknown who has inherited that lycanthropy and believes that he believes he knows this secret and that it will be the undoing of the case. I have some thoughts for how to deal with that more directly if you don't have a way of spinning these facts as Yseult has suggested.
Are
What
we
I
sure that it was the wife, though? Because
No, that is conjecture.
now again, I'm not interested in who killed Engelhart. I'm not. I'm
N-
interested in it being Castrol Cartwright. So go and confirm this lycanthrope theory. Because if he is not a lycanthrope, much like Lionel, whom I'm sure we all know is not a lycanthrope, if he would, he'd be some sort of like cat, like a
he'd be a were cow,
He would be he's much too lean for a were cow. He'd be like a were sheep, but
a
shit.
were sheep.
Yes, something pathetic as he is. If you find that Castrol Cartwright is a lycanthrope, then
A
it
were bunny.
does a were-bunny is exact. Done. Um, that does in fact go towards proving his lineage.
it does, and that is problematic to your case.
And if that is indeed the secret he harbors, if he has inherited the lycanthropy from his father, there is some ways we can try and downplay it, say that he just got himself cursed. But I've seen the lad, and his resemblance is fair to Engelhart, far more than his claimed son.
I suppose my question would be, what is the timeline on having this hearing and any type of judgment being handed down and sentence or release being carried out? Because we could sidestep the entire affair by simply convincing, via suggestion, this Cartwell man that he cannot answer those questions in the way he would normally want to.
Hmm. I
One
think
could use, in other words, one could use suggestion that if he gets asked this question or for this secret, the one he divulges is not the one he intended, but another one that is less damning.
you're playing a dangerous game. If you cast on him and it is found out, then investigation will come against you. And if you are found guilty of influencing a citizen or any innocent person who was not willing to be influenced magically, then this may poison your whole case. And perhaps that's what we want. But you would face the repercussions. That might work, actually. cast on him, fail the casting, have him report you, and you would...
If you want to throw Johann to the wolves, yes.
We'll call it a plan B. He nods. Plan B. Indeed.
The expulsion from the city is a minor price to pay to uphold the law of Asmodeus.
Plan B it is. If you could... He smiles and he looks at you, Johann. He says, if you could cure him,
Cure him of his lycanthropy.
he would have nothing.
Greater restoration, would that do it?
He says, perhaps. He would resist. But should you succeed, he have no claim. Should he fail, we go with plan B.
Oh,
Unless
did we
you
get a
have
full night's rest so that our spell slots are back?
full night's...
Okay.
Unless you have a better idea. If not, then we can just try and slander him to pieces and hope that the jury sees it our way.
Do we Johann, do you have greater restoration?
I do. I have it and I keep it prepared these days.
Would that cure lycanthropy? I can't remember. I'm grabbing my PHB right now.
One curse, including attunement to a curse magic item. And lycanthropy is considered a curse.
Correct.
Oh,
Is that greater
boy.
restoration or remove curse?
That's greater restoration.
Okay.
I don't think that... I don't know that I get remove curse. I might. I just don't have it prepared. I don't remember if it's in my spell list. But either way, greater restoration
One
works.
curse, including the curse. Yeah.
Greater restoration works.
We would just have to confirm that the lycanthropy is in fact the secret, and then you would just put your hand on him and say you were casting a blessing to be for, the goodness of the trial, and then in fact remove his lycanthropy.
I mean, again, you'd always just make him willing by commanding or suggesting, and then do it, and then end both, end the suggestion.
That's true.
Rimmon says, well, it looks like the two of you have it on hand. Just know that this plan is going to take you into the mouth of the tiger. Cast it and be noticed, then the guard will have you arrested. Cast it and fail, you'll be arrested.
Which is why we'll have to bluff the cast.
So, as far as I'm concerned, you guys, the two of you have this well in hand. Hopefully, Johann and his misadventures will stand to his reputation. I would hate to report that you had disappointed us. And he smiles at Johann. That same kind of smile that you imagined is exactly what one would see from greater to lesser in those archdevils.
Yeah, he's just going to narrow my eyes and say, my past successes I will let stand as testament. The fact that I do not fail, and this will be no different.
He nods, he stands, and he holds his hand out to the door. Then we will see tomorrow in court.
Thank you for seeing us today, Mr. Virtue. See you in court, indeed.
He smiles, he nods, and he says, Lady Yseult?
Yseult just kind of nods and is literally thinking to herself, how does Clever deal with these people on a daily basis?
With that, you are out on the street of the castle ward. It is not too far from this jail cell. This is going to be the big one. So, how do you want to prepare going in? Do you want to buy something? How do you want to go into this? Are you ready?
I think,
What about a nice sword belt for the guard captain? replaces old. The one he'd had for a long time, but it looked beaten, right?
It did, yeah.
So you'd like to maybe purchase a new sword belt?
Yeah, one that he doesn't have to tug himself into and that looks fancy, so it's not just a, hey, you're fat, here's a bigger one. It's a, here's a nicer one.
I
Right.
appreciate that. Okay. Something nice that'll cost you about probably 2 gold pieces.
Okay. I can cover it.
And then the other thing is,
There are scroll shops and potion shops. If those might be helpful.
well, I was gonna say that if we could bluff it to make it seem like Johann's blessing him and make it and like say, if you would like say to the guard, would you mind if we prayed for guidance from our God before this trying time, blah 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 blah.
I just had a thought that relates to that, but
Go
also
for it.
relates to what the DM just told us.
What do you got?
If, in this world, are we able to use, like, any scroll, or does it have to be on our spell list?
Any scroll.
Okay.
There will be a check to read it, though.
Okay. Program Delusion.
Ooh.
Programmed illusion lets you create an illusion that moves on according to certain commands. Like you say, I make an image of myself that walks here and then walks over here and then does a hand gesture. It can be very detailed and it can go on for a while, like 10 minutes or something. Maybe
Until
longer.
dispelled.
Until dispelled. So
I just looked it up. It's a 6th level illusion.
So if we were careful, we could make a programmed illusion that we then travel inside of, basically, that is us entering the building, and that will go to talk with him. And so to anybody watching, we're there and we're talking, and we are there and talking, only we could be casting inside the programmed illusion unseen, potentially.
That
might work.
That's doable, but you are basically having to mimic inside of your programmed illusion.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's gonna be easy. I'm just saying there's a way.
Easy, and I'll tell you now, these are gonna be dex checks.
Ooh.
I'm really good at those. It's fine, guys.
I have deception.
Those are going to be dex-based deception checks.
I have charisma-based deception.
So, would you like a small list of the spells that are available?
Yeah, sure, let's go with that. See what our other plans are.
Okay, so...
I'm still saying we should bluff about praying and then use that prayer to cast a greater restoration.
So, to save this portion for next game, because I'm running us to about midnight, then I gotta go to bed.
Yeah.
Satet and Jacob, working in concert, are able to distract Yseult long enough for Johann to go into the bookworm. There's an amount of time before you cannot go and talk to him anymore. And there just is not enough to pull her out of this place.
Yeah.
But because of that, I am going to describe what it looks like. So as you come in the bookworm's treasure, you see that it is a 3-story building with most of the upper floors removed. Instead, there are stairs that go to balconies, to bookshelves that are neatly lined by whatever alphabetical set this individual has made it to be. And floating around it, there are small orbs of light. Walking around, there is a gold a gold dragonborn, just forgot, a gold dragonborn who comes up in many of his wizardly robes and says, "Hello, I am Rishal Page Turner. How may I help you?"
Greetings, Rishal. Johann.
Are you interested in some of our hundreds of spell books?
I am interested in your spell scrolls, but I believe that perhaps in the next... soon. Spellbooks, yes. Today, scrolls.
Well, I have at a much greater price, I have a spell of Bigby's Hand, Cone of Cold,
Hmm.
Modify Memory,
I like that one. I love that one.
Arcane Eye,
Hmm.
Fabricate,
Ooh.
Greater Invisibility,
Oh, very good.
Locate Creature,
Uh-huh.
Polymorph,
Yep.
Arcane Lock, and these are getting less expensive as I
Right.
mentioned them. Invisibility, Rope Trick, Suggestion, Comprehend Language, Featherfall, Find Familiar, Mage Armor, Magic Missile, Shield, and Unseen Survey. That is what I have available now. I have a few more that I might be able to dig out, though.
I mean, I would like to know everything that is available to me, though I think I have my eye on a couple of those already.
Well, and ask, and I will tell you if I have them.
Very well. Have you perchance happened upon, in your travels or dealings, a scroll of programmed illusion?
Programmed illusion. Let me take. He bids you to wait, and he goes in the back, into the back room.
Not gonna be able to afford shit.
Well, what you could also do is cast Greater Restoration and then cast Modify Memory so that
Oh
he
yeah, no,
doesn't
no, no, I
remember it
know.
being in the cell.
I'm thinking of combining, just to loop you in on my thought process right now. I'm probably going to end up combining greater invisibility and uh, modify
He
memory.
he does come back and he says, "Yes, yes. In fact, I do. It is well priced. It's 750 gold pieces."
Well, now that there is a steal. I will have to visit my coffers, and
I
come
have,
back.
I can, I can. Oh wait, Iseult's not there, but she could probably loan you the money.
Can I have?
The rest of the group will put in for whatever it needs to be.
I'm like, can I abscond with the group funds? Because I'm sitting on a whopping 76 gold pieces.
Ugh, I have 517.
Oh, you guys.
I'll throw 250 at it, but honestly, I think that Modify Memory would be the better scroll to get.
Believe you me, I am in agreement. Okay. Tell me about the price for that modify memory spell.
Also 750.
I'll throw 250. I'll throw money at it. How much money do I need to throw at it? I'll throw 300 at it because that's easier math for me to do.
Really, all I gotta do is scoop up all the spell scrolls here and then cast modify memory on him so that he doesn't know I did it.
You sold these to me. I sure did. Bye bye.
I sure did.
I have a potion of diminution and a scroll of cure wounds that I could trade. Well, no, I could trade the potion of diminution. I would rather not trade the scroll of cure wounds.
I can take trade-ins of magic items or other spell scrolls should I deem them worthy. Many fake scrolls tend to come through, and you don't know until you cast them, so the devil's in the details, you understand.
Well, then, if we're thinking about value in trade, could you tell me what you would be willing to credit me for this Staff of the Python?
So my 120 of the night is rolling to see if I keep my Ring of the Ram.
Huh. Yes, you do.
Okay. He goes back and he starts kind of thumbing through a few things, and he says, Staff of the Python, that's not terribly interesting. I could see my way to 150 gold pieces.
I find that incredibly doubtful. I think the Staff of the Python is worth way more than that.
Yeah, but he's not willing to pay it. It's worth whatever somebody is willing to pay.
It's really only uncommon, and I'm trying to...
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
there's
it's
a
only
very
uncommon.
small chart here of what all of this should cost.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, uncommon 100 to 500 gold pieces. So yeah, 200, because I thought that would max out at like 150. Yeah, 200 gold pieces.
And he probably doesn't take potions.
Maybe, but I wonder if I can maybe, say he's starting at 200. Is there a persuasion check I could perhaps just help him find his way to spending?
Always.
All right.
Always.
All right. Then
I feel like Roger might have enough to just pay for it outright, but
but they're not here. I don't know what
Roger
money they
just
have.
gives away king's treasures for nothing. He paid like 5 gold pieces for something that would cost a silver.
Yeah. He's very like one of my other characters who's just very aesthetic-minded. Like, stuff doesn't matter to him.
hey Roger, can we borrow like 200 gold?
He just gives you 7. Is that 200? Okay.
Okay. All right, I got a 21 on persuasion.
Okay, that's a lot. Through a little bit of bartering, he says, "I could do 675 for the potion."
Wait, potions?
I'm sorry for the scroll. My mistake.
Oh, he lowered the price of the scrolls,
Yeah.
didn't raise the value of the staff. Got it.
Yeah, he won't offer you more for something. He'll offer you his product less.
I can throw 500 of my 517 gold at it, just not happily.
Okay. That would allow me to get... And greater invisibility, same price?
Greater invisibility.
Why would you use greater
It's
invisibility?
It's
Because-
only 300 gold pieces.
300. The reason for greater invisibility is that it doesn't break when you cast a spell. So
But,
I would...
like, why would you need to use it if you're just going to modify his memory?
Because there's other people whose memory would need to be modified. Guards. The guards.
Oh, that's right. We can't be alone in the room with him.
Right. But you don't have to be alone in the room. But you can go there, quote, alone.
Right, that's true.
And greater restoration, I believe,
have
just
that.
needs a touch. But I also think it's a very quick thing. Greater restoration is 1 action with touch. So I would just need to basically touch his hand, like if he came up to the bars, just touch his hand for, 6 seconds. And, like, if you did something where you were also touching his hand because of your talking to him emotionally, he wouldn't notice.
I would like to conclude our business. I have many books to reshelve.
Okay, very well.
I'll throw all 500 of my gold at it
All
for
right,
you.
well, with all 500 of the gold, I can definitely afford the greater invisibility. I'm still
Oh,
short.
wait, if he takes 200 for the Python, then it's 475.
Yeah, it's 475 for the modify memory.
Oh, then I would be able to afford that.
Well, because you're trading in the Staff of the Python.
Right. I don't mind losing the Staff of the Python only because, like, it's a good item, but I've not found as much use for it as I have for other things.
Right. I'll still throw, like, do you need more gold?
I mean, honestly, if I could have both scrolls, that would make me the happiest. But I feel like this can be accomplished with just greater invisibility.
Greater invisibility is only, what, 300?
Right.
Correct.
And so I would be picking that up for,
And then if you give him the scroll of the
150.
the Staff of the Python for...
I'd be picking it up for 100.
Okay. How much gold do you need?
I have
50?
24 to reach 100.
I'll just give you 50.
Okay.
It's easier math.
Okay. Then, yeah, I will buy greater invisibility.
Okay.
Money plus Staff of Python. And
We had the
way I
whole
have
party, maybe we could
460
get both, but I'm just trying to I'm doing this on a budget.
Well, that, and I really want this 467 gold to spend on all the books that he has to reshelve. And maybe a bag of holding to carry them in.
Alright. I don't know if this is, like, the most optimal, but it's what we're going with.
So he takes the staff and he takes the gold. He gives it over to you. He tells you that you need only to cast it with your concentration. So basically, greater invisibility is a level 4. So the DC to cast it is going to be 10 plus its level 14. You roll the d20 and you add your spell casting modifier, so your wisdom to it. And if you get 14 or higher, the spell casts. If you don't, the spell burns away.
Right. Have I done anything to earn inspiration just so that I can give myself, advantage on that roll when the time comes?
Shame I can't I was going to say, you can only cast greater invisibility on yourself, or can you cast it on someone else?
It's a touch spell. You can cast it on other people.
Because I have my spell casting modifier is my charisma, which is +5.
Oh.
So I could cast it on Johann.
Yeah, you could do that.
But I
So
don't have inspiration either.
We're both
I believe in you both.
That means I'm gonna have to roll one of my Avernus dice because
Alright.
I don't know that I trust my Yseult dice yet.
I thank him and promise to come visit again with more money.
He gives you a small bow, and he bids you farewell.
Okay. I return to find Seta and Jacob distracting Yseult.
I just rolled a 10.
That's enough.
Oh, wait, I'm not casting yet.
I mean,
So here's how it goes. You guys fill in the rest of the group. They nod. They accept what's going on. They're going to walk you down. They're going to walk you down a block away from the station. Roger is going to look to one of you and is going to offer you his bardic inspiration. Whichever one of you thinks they need it the most, he will offer it.
If I'm gonna be casting the spell on Johann because I have that +5, because I have the charisma, then I would like that. It's what, D8 at 9th level?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think if there's any chance that I need to like make a dex check or something in order to like touch him when you touch him so that he doesn't notice the spell or something like that, then
Oh, what's your dex?
-1.
Okay, then you should probably have it.
And probably with disadvantage because of heavy armor.
You could probably take the armor off. Because remember what he said about only criminals and stuff wearing armor around here?
Yeah, that's true. I guess I could ditch the armor for temporary.
Temporarily, yeah.
Setet will take your armor.
Alright.
So with that,
Still at a -1. So,
So you'll take the inspiration then, and I'll just pray.
you got that 15 once. You can do it again.
So with that, you are a block away. And as I understand it, one of you will be invisible while the other one goes in to talk to Cromley.
Yes. I will be invisible, and she will enter, giving the story that we're here to, or she's here to see the client and talk to him about the case.
So I have to cast the invisibility before we go in there.
Yes.
Right. Which one of you has the inspiration?
I don't think either. Oh,
I have the
Johann
bardic inspiration because I am so convinced you're going to make me roll dex.
Okay. Roll to cast the spell. Tension.
Fuck. I rolled an 8 plus 5 is 13.
Not high enough.
The spell.
I rolled a 10 the first time.
Spell fails.
This is what I get for trying to invoke the... never mind.
Spell fails. The day's wasting. What do you guys got?
I'll throw another... He probably doesn't have another scroll of greater invisibility to sell.
You've went from morning to late afternoon. Going to and from the North Ward.
God damn it.
Remember what Captain Lemuel said? Sometimes the answer is as easy as it is.
Honestly, if we're just both touching his hands, you could probably get off the cast. And not have anyone notice.
Now, let me just double check the requirements here. It's got both verbal and somatic components.
Again with the bluffing of the prayer.
Yeah. Alright. 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 I guess this is for all the... What's the word? Marbles?
Indeed.
Time to
So
throw that Hail Mary.
the two of you enter into the small police station. The young clerk is sitting there. He looks up and he says, Frost and Stormwind, right?
Stormwind Frost legal firm. Yes, you got it right.
Says, Cromley's in his office.
Thank you very much. I am not armored, I don't have my weapons, so people should be much happier with me walking around now.
As you come to the door, it is partially open, and you see that Cromley is leaning back in his chair, looking out the window, smoking a small pipe. He turns to the two of you and he says, Ah, I see you've taken my advice. You're looking more like a watered avian every day.
Well, I did find that in the course of our preliminary information gathering for this case, it was useful, so I thank you, Captain, for your insights into that. As a token of my appreciation for your assistance in our first forays into Waterdeep, I saw this a very fine leather sword belt in a shop, and I thought, who do I know who has an old, sorry, sword belt that could use an update? And I thought, you.
He looks to you, very stoned face, and he says, You understand that, from a certain perspective, I, the jailer, who is in charge of incarcerating your client, giving me a gift could look awfully like bribery.
I would never mean to imply such a thing, and if you can't accept it, then I fully understand. I simply wanted to express my gratitude and for your warm welcome.
He holds up a hand and he says, It was a wonderful thought, friend, but I apologize, I cannot.
I am sure there will be a more opportune time for you to receive it. Some other day.
Indeed. Now, are you wanting to see your client?
Indeed, if that's all right. We have some information to share with him on his case.
He turns to the window and taps out his pipe and makes sure it's extinguished. And he puts it down. He stands up and he hikes his sword belt up over his stomach.
I just sort of like watching this happen, and I just kind of shake my head a little, but I smile to him.
He opens the door behind you and he offers you to lead the way out.
We do so.
And with that, he will lead you back past the clerk. He will slam his hand again, scaring the clerk.
Almost used to it now.
Not yet. He goes to the door that leads down to the cells besides the two guards. He waves at them, they wave back, and you are let down. He leads you 10 feet down, and he eventually comes to the aisle, and he leans against the wall, and he says, You're welcome to talk to him. And he kind of nods at the two of you.
Thank you. Now, is he going to stay down at the end? Because there is, we have important matters to discuss with our client, and there is, what are we called? Client counsel privilege here. I would not want to, harm my client in any way by sharing information needlessly with people beyond him.
I assure you that I am an impartial party, and my only interest is the safety of my prisoner, the safety of the people of Waterdeep. I would have no say or place in the court.
Very good. We will head down to the cell then.
All right, and I follow, thinking of trying to figure out how we're going to pull this off.
Yeah, lead him in with the bit about the son, Lionel, not being blood relative. Let him believe that we chased the wrong lead. Find out if he really knows something other than that.
You come before the cell, and Castro, who has more stubble and is sitting on his bed, sees you and goes, So you finally showed up. I thought two of you would be halfway to Boulder's Gate by now.
When we agree to represent a client, we see through the effort as far as it'll take us. My associate has some information. We believe it a secret you wished us to uncover.
And he looks and he says, "Then do tell. What is the secret I hold?"
Associate?
Okay. Uh,
Unless you don't want to do it.
I was gonna say, uh,
No.
we're going with the Lionel story.
We want the Lionel story first. I want to see how he reacts to it.
Lionel is not his blood-related son.
He spits. No shit. Look at him. Let's just think the idea. Just say, as you are my attorneys, you believe my story that I am his biological son. Have you seen the old man? They don't look a damn thing like one another. That boy's got a quarter elf in him. I'd bet you my gold tooth on it.
So I take it that's not the secret.
Ha, that's not a secret. Who doesn't know that?
Well, try this one on for size. Englehart Weston was a lycanthrope.
He smiles really big, and he says, "That's true."
Curse he picked up in some isles out during his adventuring days.
About 30 years ago, I reckon.
How old does this man appear?
About 30.
Now then.
But he ain't a werewolf, no. No, he's a rare breed. He's an albino were-tiger. Very few of us exist. Only way that we can reproduce is through the curse. If I lost that curse, I could bear no children. If I have my curse, I can bear more, repopulate. But it's the only thing that links me to my daddy. And I can prove it.
You can prove that Englehart was this rare albino were-tiger even now that he's dead.
When his family sees my transformation, when they see him reflected in my golden eyes, there's no way they'll deny it. That shock that'll ring across their faces will ring as loud as thunder, and any blind man could tell they know something, and they know it's me. But that's what we got. Now I trust the two of you can build up a fine case. He kind of pulls himself up and he starts to slowly walk towards the two of you, and he kind of puts his hand up in this like grand fashion, makes some big how-do about the adventurer who was loose with his pants and came back a prodigal son, and here he is, dead the day before his true heir arrives, and they'll paint me as some sort of murderer, some sort of killer of my parent to try and take by force what is mine, but then you'll call me up and I'll show them that if I were to have killed him, he would have been in shreds. He would have transformed and died what he was, a monster.
Well, if you
He's
can...
got his hands on the bar, and his eyes have become vertical slits like those of a tiger.
Yseult suddenly feels a lot less bad about throwing this whole thing the way we are.
Well then, I think that we've Got this one in the bag. If you don't mind me blessing the occasion.
Please do. Just in case.
I hold my hands out to both Yseult and the man caged.
He says, "Oh, I ain't usually one for gods. Only one I ever seem to come across is Umberly when she's having her fucking problems with sailors."
Yeah.
He looks to the two of you and he smiles and he says, "I don't tell many people this, but when we win, we're going to be a lot closer, the three of us. I'm going to be rich. The two of you are going to be too." So he'll take his hands and put them both, one on Johann's and the other on Yseult's, and you feel they're thick and calloused. And as you do that, Cromley stands up and says, "Hey." He kind of raises his head and he says, "You best be careful over there."
Just blessing the occasion, Jayla. We've got good news. I'm gonna cast a spell. If you want me to roll some deception to cover it up as a prayer, I can.
I could probably roll deception as well to, I guess.
Now, before you tell me any results. Okay, so go finish what you were saying, Katie.
I was going to say I could probably add to that by helping with, quote unquote, helping with the prayer.
Okay, so with advantage, you are going to have to roll me either. You know what? I think what this is going to have to be is a dex-based deception.
Okay.
Because you have to try and as you wiggle your fingers and say those words, he is going to do an arcana against you.
Yeah.
As he tries to determine whether this is a spell or if this is a prayer.
Okay.
Can Yseult do anything to try and like block that?
I mean, you gave me advantage.
I'm giving you advantage. Okay, and don't forget you have the bardic inspiration as well.
I have it.
And along with that, Castro Cartwright is going to try and resist. So he is going to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save.
Oh boy. That's probably going to be the one that kills us. My spell save is just too low.
Okay, so my Arcana check. Let's go ahead and find his stat block. What was your roll? Or if you have not rolled it yet, give it a roll.
In total, with Deception being rolled with Dex, it is a 22.
Oof. Let's see if Cromley is... Nope, he's not going to have 10. I rolled a 12 at base. He does not recognize the spell. He thinks it's a prayer. That's one down. And with that, I'm going to make a wisdom saving throw for the now semi-transformed were-tiger.
Yeah, I'm praying to Asmodeus right now.
On every dice, on every book, on every session we have played, I swear to the two of you, that is a critical fail.
Woo!
I swear to God, to any entity that may determine my eternal rest. The Avernus dice, a critical one.
Oh.
You know, it's funny you should say that because I had messaged Shishag. I'm like, yeah, I tried my luck. I tried invoking the name of the luck of the blue D20 and the luck of the friend who owned it, and he said, "Don't worry, we'll get this." And I think that invocation may have not shown itself through my dice, but yours.
With that, Castro Cartwright, during the prayer, he feels a tingle run up his hands. He looks to the two of you, and as he moves his head quickly to stare at Johann, your eyes glow gold and then a deep black and red. He tries to pull his hand back, but as he does, the tingling takes into his form. He grabs onto his chest and his arms. He begins to try and force the transformation, and you see he fights against it. His fingernails grow, and his knuckles begin to pop and crack, but he rears back and slams against the wall. At this point, Cromley comes running down over going, what the hell's going on here? And he's going to throw a hard shoulder into Yseult. Go ahead and give me an acrobatics or athletics assault.
It's acrobatics is probably going to be better.
There's my natural 20.
19.
It bounced back.
Okay, with a natural 20, he shoulders you hard into Johann, who would probably at least catch you. He looks over and he sees that Castrol is in there, and he is just and he's kind of slamming against the wall, rubbing his arms and just crying out. And he looks to the two of you and goes, "The hell is wrong with him?"
And Yseult, quick on the uptake. We don't know. We were just saying that, we were confident that we were going to win, that we had all the evidence we needed, and we were saying a prayer, and I guess he didn't like the wording. I don't know. All of a sudden, perhaps we invoked the wrong god. Perhaps his faiths do not.
Get upstairs. Get upstairs. Go.
It's gone mad. Go. I help you to your feet and push you from behind.
He calls down, and as you're going towards the stairs, several guards come down. You hear the gate slam open, and several men begin restraining him. And you just hear him say, "They took my tiger! They took my tiger!"
No one knows he's a were-tiger, so...
I'm getting this. I'm flashing back to when Tiger King was all the rage on Twitter.
With that, you get upstairs to the young clerk, who has a small bundle of scrolls for you. He says, Cromwell wanted you this is the evidence that you have collected, that either you or your stand-in can use to defend him tomorrow morning. Please fill it out with your evidence and your information, and please mark down if you're going to be there or not.
Part of me wants to go just to...
We'll have to stand next to him.
To not miss this for the world.
Disguise kit.
How much evidence do you want to put down?
Well, we're going to, damn.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna leave out the part about Lionel.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna say, basically, that the plaintiff believes that he is the son of, this Engelhart, and that he believed that Engelhart was a lycanthrope, and that this plaintiff also believed that he as well was a lycanthrope.
But we could find no evidence.
We declare him not guilty by reason of insanity and ask that he be committed for help because he clearly has violent tendencies. And I really, really hate myself for that.
Welcome to the dark side.
I don't know that I can call myself chaotic neutral anymore.
You're just chaotic friends.
So with that, an official document is filed.
Well, actually, no, I wouldn't go with the not guilty by reason of insanity. I would just say,
You just ask for a reduced sentence.
No, I wouldn't even go that far. I would just say this is the evidence as it has been presented to us, as that we could find.
Oh.
And let the actual infernal lawyer do the mopping up and the twisting and all that. We'll just lie by omission.
As you go walking out, having filled in this official document of Frost and Stormwind, is that right?
Stormwind and Frost, legal.
Stormwind and Frost, legal. As you go walking out, looking at each other, successful job well done, you are met by a high elf.
Oh no.
Who
I
looks
just rolled another 20.
very upset. And he says, Stormwind and Frost. Is that correct? Is that you too?
Yes, who's asking?
The representative of the Guild of Councilmen and Lawmakers. You have been operating in the city without paying a guild.
Oh dear, greatest apologies. How much do we owe?
Well, if you would have simply came in and told us you were operating, we would have charged you perhaps 5 or 10 gold pieces. Because you did not, and you carried a whole case without our permission or without letting us know, you're going to be fined 100 gold pieces or a 10-day of hard labor.
Oh, we are so terribly sorry. You see, we're both still new associates. We're still learning the rules ourselves. Quite honestly, we did not expect to take this as far as we did. This was merely a test from our superiors to see if we were even capable of handling such things. I do apologize if I were you familiar with this? I didn't. I'm so
Well,
terribly sorry. This is all such a severe misunderstanding.
Wide-eyed, shaking his head like, wow, news to me.
If you were sent here by your guild to act on their behalf is a test, then surely you failed the moment you didn't pay the other guild. Pay up or go to jail.
Oh, all right. I'm
and-
so terribly
with
sorry
that-
for this misunderstanding. And Yseult just kind of counts out 100 gold, and she's like,
And with that, the number one rule of Waterdeep: do not do anything without paying the guilds. That is the moral of the story.
Woo!
Do not do anything in Waterdeep without paying the guilds.
My favorite
100
part is that
golds.
when we first went to the estate, I was like, we're telling people that we're part of this firm, but I'm certain that there's a law guild around here. Oh well.
I'm 100 gold. Well, I'd rather be 100. I was so worried that we were going to be found out in that moment. I would rather pay 100 gold for us not to have been found out. That we were not actually a law firm.
I mean, as I said, expulsion from the city for me would be a small price to pay to see this through in Asmodeus' name.
True,
Oh,
but Yseult would like time to go to the bookstore.
I know, and I promised you time to go to the bookstore. Now we'll go.
When we meet back, if we're all together, we'll do the dog one. If we are short anyone, we will continue Waterdeep adventure.
All right.
But this may be a good time to maybe establish with the guild.
We're totally lawyers.
We're totally lawyers.
That you are indeed lawyers, and that may that will saying that you're from a guild in Waterdeep hold sway in most civilized places.
And we will have like a good solid cover should we ever be in this place again. Plus, I think the combined knowledge of Yseult and Johann on the legalese matters of everything is just a force to be reckoned with.
So with that, I actually had a lot of fun with this 2-on-2.
Yeah.
That was cool.
This adventure went a lot better than I thought it would, but I still got to get my trash cans out, and then I'm going to bed. So have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
Thank
Same
you very
to
much.
you. And thank you. This was definitely. I'll admit I was not expecting this to work as well as it did with just the 2-on-2, and it worked well.
All right. Good night, guys.
Night.
Night.
Yeah. We did it.
We survived.
We lawyered.
We lawyered.